Started.
Where's your cowbell?
So good evening and welcome to our council meeting on April 23rd, 2025. I'll now call on William Short, Regional Clerk, to do the roll call.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Erb. Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Hunick.
Here.
Councillor James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Nowak. Councillor Rodriguez.
Present.
Councillor Solonen. Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Ruvanovic. Councillor Wolf. And we have regrets from Councillor Harris and Councillor Williams. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Chinootan peoples. In doing so, I want to reflect on what it means to be doing important community work like we're engaging in collectively today, and also in my own personal relationship to this land. We need to acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements and their contributions to our community. I want to share a prayer that was written by Chief Stacy Laforme, who is an Anishinaabe author, and this comes from Living in the Tall Grass. We give thanks to the Creator for allowing this gathering. We ask that He guide us and forgive us when we falter and disappoint. For though we aspire to greatness, we are, after all, only human. Grant us clear mind, a pure heart, and courage, a clear mind to make well thought out, intelligent decisions, a pure heart to make decisions that are without personal bias or desire, and the courage to use both a clear mind and a pure heart in our lives. Let us set aside small differences. Let us concentrate on the real issues. Let us not be bogged down in rhetoric. Let us live each day with a feeling of accomplishment and pride. Most important, let us remember we are not enemies, nor are we adversaries. We share a similar past, a kindred spirit, and a common heritage. We must always remember the real reason we gather is to do the right thing for our people, our children, and for our future. I hope that this puts us in a good mindset for a good meeting. Thank you, colleagues. I would now entertain a motion to go into closed, and we have 4 reasons, as you can see up on the screen, moved by Councillor Craig, seconded by Councillor Nowak. So I'd ask you to use eScribe to cast your ballot.
I'm sorry, Chair. I don't have eScribe, but I'm in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Salonen, are you in favor of going into closed? Thank you. That is carried, colleagues. We will now retire to the Waterloo room. Colleagues, I'll now entertain a motion to reconvene in open session. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Sean, seconded by Councillor Hunick. Please use your e-scribe to vote, and that the council will resume in open session. Colleagues, that is carried. We start this evening off with a wonderful function. I am delighted to welcome our newest councillor, Matt Rodriguez. So I will call on Tim Brubaker, Deputy Clerk and Manager of Legislative Services, to swear in our newest member of council, Councillor Matt Rodriguez. Please proceed to the round table, Matt.
I, Matt Rodriguez, have been appointed to the office of Regional Councillor in the Regional Municipality of Waterloo, do solemnly promise and declare that I will truly, faithfully, and impartially exercise this office to the best of my knowledge and ability. I have not received and will not receive any payment or reward or promise thereof for the exercise of this office in a biased, corrupt, or any other improper manner. I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, and I make this solemn promise and declaration conscientiously, believing it to be true and knowing that it is of the same force and effect as if made under oath.
Sign there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Colleagues, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we're going to start this evening off with a presentation. I'd like to call on Doug Spooner, Acting Commissioner of Transport Services, Peter Sweeney, Commissioner Community Services, and Fiona McRae, Regional Solicitor, to provide a presentation on 100 Victoria Street North, Kitchener site-specific bylaw.
Through you, Chair, good evening, Regional Council. My colleagues Peter and Fiona will join me in speaking to this presentation shortly. I'll introduce the report and recommendations for your consideration. Next slide, please. The Kitchener Central Transit Hub is a long-term community infrastructure project for the region. Our new GRT business plan builds off the success of the Ion Light Rail and its transformative impact, and now focuses on increasing the speed and reliability of service, providing more service to new areas, and making transit easier to use for residents. The integrated transit hub also helps us achieve all of these priorities. KCTH will be a central, easy-to-access integrated transit hub, a center point where all modes intersect. We'll have GRT buses, Ion trains, Via Rail, Go Transit trains and buses, car share, Neuron bikes and e-scooters, pedestrian and multi-use trails, all connecting in one place. Investing in KCTH will drive significant economic impact by boosting local businesses, attracting private investment, and connecting people effectively to jobs, services, and opportunities across the region and beyond along the Toronto-Waterloo Innovation Corridor. The full vision for the site is a large-scale, mixed-use, multi-block development that spans from King Street to Aaron Street that will include housing, commercial space, and community uses. This vision will come together over the next 10+ years with lots of public consultation to come along the way. Next slide, please. Planning for KCTH has been underway for over a decade. Over that time, we have acquired multiple adjacent properties along Victoria Street to create one large site for the transit hub and long-term KCTH mixed-use project. We've also had significant community conversation around the transit hub. We worked with design partners to develop the conceptual drawings of the transit hub, and we've worked with Metrolinx to establish timing and construction work plans. The project is now entering its next phase, construction. This year, preliminary work will begin on Victoria Street, along with the demolition of the proportion of Rumpelfeld building that does not have a heritage designation. Specific to 100 Victoria, Metrolinx will require the property by March of 2026 in order to begin their construction. This work includes construction on the rail corridor of track that will be incorporated into the rail system immediately behind 100 Victoria Street North. They will also need to relocate the platforms from their current location down to KCTH and add a diversion track. The 100 Victoria site provides access to the corridor and will be used for construction preparation, and you can appreciate the many safety aspects of working in a live rail corridor. There is much to be done between now and March of 2026, including important work with those who currently reside at 100 Victoria. Peter will speak to this in a moment. We also have to do site remediation that will take up to 3 months. This includes site cleanup and soil scraping, removal of any fuel leaks in the soil, and environmental testing. These are standard practices for any site prep for a use of this type. This work and the Metrolinx timeline means that the region requires the property on December 1st. This will allow us to meet our commitments to construction schedules with our partners, including Metrolinx. And I will now hand things over to my colleague Peter, who will speak to the support for those residing at the site.
Thanks, Doug. And through you, Chair, and to Regional Council and to the community, based on what you just heard, and now that we have clarity on when the site is required for the transit hub, we can turn our attention and our focus over the coming months to support those who are currently residing at 100 Victoria. Should Council approve the report and the recommendation this evening, additional resources will be allocated to accommodate this transition to safer options. This will include enhanced site supports, which focus efforts and resources on current residents for available housing and shelter options and ongoing site management. Our unsheltered support workers are on site regularly, working with each resident on their individual housing plan that will continue throughout this process. I want to acknowledge that our unsheltered support workers are all registered social workers. They have professional obligations to their college and to their work and to the people they serve. They will be on site for one job and one job only. That is to develop, build, and enhance relationships on a one-on-one basis, develop case plans based on the unique needs identified by individuals they interact with. I want to also acknowledge that in recent years, we have made significant investments across the system, including enhanced shelter capacity across this community. We've created 2,700 more affordable homes under the Building Better Futures plan. This includes 600 more units alone for Waterloo Regional Housing. And of course, we've also worked closely with the community to create a plan to end chronic homelessness by 2030. And with that, I'll hand it over to my colleague Fiona to speak about the bylaw.
Thank you, Peter. Through you, Chair, and to Council. There are two components to the proposed approach. The first is a recommendation for a site-specific bylaw for 100 Victoria, requiring the site to be vacant by December 1st, 2025. This is before you this evening for your consideration. As Doug mentioned, the region is required to complete due diligence and site preparation prior to handover of the property to Metrolinx. This work will take approximately 3 months to complete and cannot be undertaken with an encampment present on the property. Further, as Peter mentioned, the second recommendation that forms part of the report is an addition of $814,333 to the 2025 regional housing budget to support the transition of current residents from the site. And finally, in the context of the decision of Mr. Justice Valente in the Region versus Persons Unknown and to be ascertained, Region staff intend to seek further direction from the Superior Court of Justice to the extent this is feasible and compatible with the anticipated construction schedule. With that, we're here to answer questions.
There'll be no questions at this point in time. We are now going to go to delegations. Thank you. We have no petitions tonight. So to the delegations tonight, we have received a few late registrations, so they're, I think we're up to 27 or 28. I'd like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. For those who are joining us in person, please proceed to the podium when you're called upon to speak. Please press the button at the base of the microphone to turn it on. If the light is green, the microphone is on. For those who are joining us electronically, please leave your video or camera off and your microphone muted until you're called upon to speak. You will have 5 minutes for anyone who registered before the deadline and 3 minutes for anyone who registered after the deadline. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and hate speech or defamatory comments. One last reminder for delegations: please do not take offense if your presentation has no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and the ideas that have been shared with us from the community. Our first registered delegate is Chloe Young from Waterloo. Chloe, welcome, come to the podium, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
There should be a presentation pulled up, if possible.
Did you provide slides?
Yeah, I just checked in with the...
Okay.
Okay. So I represent myself as an individual with reconnections to the Waterloo region, and I wanted to open up with the realities of cancer first. 2 in 5 Canadians will have or have had some form of cancer at some point in their lives, and 1 of 4 of those individuals will die from it. My grandfather, for instance, used to go to the St. Jacobs Market weekly to sell magnetic jewelry until he passed away 5 years ago, the same year he was diagnosed. On a population level, however, fewer people personally know people who inject drugs and people who use illicit drugs, and this has left their healthcare to be the nice thing to do rather than the shared responsibility that all of us bear. Even as we sat before the brave people who showed up earlier this month and today to tell you why they and their loved ones deserve to live. I'll start by presenting the findings, as you see on the slide, from the Auditor General of Ontario regarding the opioid crisis strategy. And as a person who has, or an entity that has no stake in whatever happens to CTSs from a funding perspective. Next slide. So in investigating the decisions on CTSs, they had identified that the ministry was well aware of the risks, including emergency department visits, public use, and risk of death. Next slide. In response, they provided some recommendations in an open-ended manner, asking to develop risk plans and work with stakeholders of those who would be affected by the closures. Next slide. And so the ministry responded by saying that we will deliver on these recommendations, but with a focus on transitioning away from and converting existing services to heart hubs, shifting away again from harm reduction. And next slide. I will now present my understanding of Ontario's viewpoint so far based on public statements, the auditor report, and the data from the committee meeting is we see what CTSs have to offer, but we'll give you 4 times funding for heart hubs instead. While CTSs decrease risk of death and public drug use, they should provide different services from the ones that decrease risk of death and public drug use. In fact, we'll withhold money for heart hubs if CTSs continue to operate. So consider this same argument, other healthcare measures. Say, next slide. Psychotherapy and antidepressants, or next slide, chemotherapy and immunotherapy. We can recognize that a one-size-fits-all approach a one-size-fits-all approach is inadequate for depression and cancer. Why can't we do the same for addiction? We know that the justification of protecting communities doesn't come as an isolated policy, but as a piece in other proposed measures, like next slide. This proposed legislation where people using illegal substances in public, including in encampments, and not complying with police orders to stop using or to leave the space, can be arrested without a warrant, fined, or jailed for up to 6 months. So not only are we needlessly piling vulnerable people into our already strained hospitals, next slide, we're also going to overcrowd already overcrowded provincial jails where 81% of individuals are just waiting for their trial. It's transferring responsibility one after another, and underpinning all of this is the devaluation of human life. It's treating people's lives like hot potatoes, tossing them from one place to another, and the belief that if you, some of the most marginalized and vulnerable people of our society, don't pay for your health care, you take what you can get. And if you don't take what you can get, then you will go to jail, and that will be your fault too, because you didn't go to the services that we funded, and even if you did, it was your fault if you relapsed, or your fault for not having somewhere to use away from the public eye. No one chooses to get cancer, mental illness, or addiction. Yes, people can choose whether they can get better, and people have been choosing in a way that has actually, next slide, saved their lives 179 times here in 150 Duke Street within the span of 1 year. Not everyone will use antidepressants, not everyone will use psychotherapy. Some will use both, some will use neither. It's the same for chemotherapy and immunotherapy, and it's the same for CTSs and heart hubs. It is not a trolley problem of killing one person to avoid killing 5 others, but a question of why this train is existing in the first place.
Chloe, you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. At the end of the day, the requested motion is to send a letter requesting for additional funding for life-saving services. Next slide. I don't believe that anyone here would entertain this stance or be as fearful of reprisal if the stance was as ridiculous as this one here, so why are we entertaining them for CTSs? It is ultimately concession towards rigid ideals of what addiction recovery looks like, and concession is not going to prevent people from dying. Funding life-saving healthcare services like CTS cannot be treated as an act of charity, nor as a perverse incentive. It is a moral imperative of the province, and I ask the council today to engage with them at the minimum, and ask them to uphold this duty in the spirit of the Ontario Superior Court's injunction by continuing to fund CTSs. Don't bite the hand that feeds, but don't allow it to keep it under its thumb. Please vote yes on Councillor Wolf's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe. Great timing. I see no questions. The next delegation is Ann Leffler from New Hamburg. Ann, welcome. You have the podium and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. There should be a PowerPoint presentation. Do we have the PowerPoint?
They're getting it up, I think.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ann Leffler. I'm a retired conservation specialist and professional agrologist, and I worked in the Conservation Authority system for my entire career. First of all, did you know that this week is actually National Soil Conservation Week? I'm here as a concerned citizen of Wilmot Township to raise an urgent concern about escalating soil erosion on the Bleams Road property purchased by the region last summer as part of the Wilmot Land Assembly. You remember that while conducting due diligence on the land purchase, the region hired a contractor to destroy the standing corn crop. The contractor repeatedly tilled the land, and this left the soil bare, shattered, and highly vulnerable to erosion. Last November, I wrote to this council, warning of the potential for serious soil erosion. I provided recommendations for best management practices to mitigate the risk. Unfortunately, the region did not take any actions to address the potential erosion from the site. The current slide shows an aerial photo of the site. The red polygon shows the property lines of the parcel purchased by the region. Note that there are at least 3 catch basins on the property line between the region's farm and the neighboring farm. Surface flow direction is to the southwest or lower left of the map. Also note the open creek at Bleams Road. Earlier this month, I walked back to view the property in question from across the fence line. I saw significant erosion damage. I'm here tonight to show you photos of the consequences of the region's inaction. Next slide, please. The entire 160-acre farm remains barren with virtually no living or dead plant material to protect the soil. Large silt deposits are visible in close proximity to the catch basins and property line. It's apparent that soil erosion is actively occurring during heavy rainfalls. Sediment-laden runoff is likely flowing into at least 3 or 4 catch basins that connect directly to a closed municipal drain that was installed in fall of 2023. This sediment is being transported 200 meters into a Nith River tributary, which feeds into the Grand, and which is the drinking water source for over 100,000 people downstream, including Brantford and Six Nations. There's evidence of off-site sediment deposition on neighboring farmland, in the floodplain around the municipal tile. Next slide, please. So to be clear, this is not a normal amount of soil erosion. This is absolutely appalling. This is what happens when soil gets pulverized by repeated tillage and is then left without any protective cover. In my 30-year career as a conservation specialist, this is easily the worst erosion that I have seen on flat land. What you see here is soil left behind. We don't know exactly how many tons of soil were washed away into the watercourse, but we know it was a substantial loss. The key point here is that large amounts of sediment entering a watercourse increase the cost of treating drinking water for the municipalities downstream. Ironically, the region destroyed a standing corn crop in the name of due diligence to complete a real estate transaction, but hasn't taken any action on environmental due diligence. In this context, that would include taking proactive steps to prevent soil erosion from negatively impacting surrounding water bodies and downstream communities. I'm calling on the region to take immediate corrective action on the Bleems Road property, including installing silt fences or other barriers to protect catch basins from further sediment entry, and establishing a crop or cover crop across the entire farm as soon as possible.
And you have a minute remaining.
The region might also want to consider their potential legal exposure, specifically with regards to the Federal Fisheries Act and a number of provincial laws that deal with pollution discharges and drainage. You have an opportunity here to lead by example in responsible land stewardship. Currently, the region's inaction pollutes drinking water, damages the environment, leaves the region vulnerable to legal action, and undermines public confidence in how public lands are managed. You're aware that the region of Waterloo gets part of their water supply from the Grand River, and therefore is vulnerable to land use decisions made by those upstream. I ask you tonight to consider our vulnerability here in the region of Waterloo, and remember the golden rule: do unto others as you would have others do unto you, or in this case, treat downstream municipalities the way you'd like upstream municipalities to treat you. Thank you.
And thank you, and we have a question from Councillor Salonen.
Thank you very much through you, Chair. And just as a Wilmot resident, I want to say thank you very much for coming out and for your presentation this evening. And I was just curious if staff can follow up with council via email on the concerns raised, if that could be direction.
Rod?
Yes, certainly. We'd be happy to.
Thank you. Thanks again, Anne.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Next delegation is Krista Strauss from New Hamburg. Krista, welcome, and you have the floor in 5 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Remen, Council, and members of the public. I'm here as a granddaughter of farmers. I'm here as somebody that has worked on farms in the past and currently work in a related field. I went to Waterloo Oxford Secondary School and graduated from the University of Guelph. I am not a part of Fight for Farmland or Wilmot Can, but I support them both. I'm here as a resident of New Hamburg. I'm here representing those voices in my town that you have not heard from yet. It's nerve-wracking to come up here, and those, as well as friends and families that are farmers or work in agriculture. This 770 acres, this is not how we should treat our farmers or people in my community. These farmers in Wilmot, they want to keep farming on their land. They bring a strong spirit of entrepreneurship, and that's what we're known for around the region, in the region, even around Canada. They support our local economy and other businesses. They produce local food and give back to the community in many ways. Not only are they committed to the community, they bring passion to agriculture, and they're good stewards of this land. They have survived the 2008 financial crisis. They've survived COVID, and they'll probably survive these tariffs, granted they still have this land. And because they're Ontario businesses producing Ontario products for Ontario consumers. And right now, that has never been more important than right now to support Canadian, to buy Canadian. And if you pressure them into selling, first of all, this is prime agricultural land. I don't know why there's any debate about that. This is good land. And if you pressure them into selling, it's going to affect their business, as well as all the farmers around if a mega site goes in. Many who want to invest back in their business or expand, but are wondering who will be next. And how will you protect these other farmers? There'll be no way to do that because this is going to set a dangerous precedent even in Ontario. And I am told that we have tons of farmland in the region, but how much of it is actually owned by developers? How much is actually owned by those wanting to, are waiting to mine it for aggregates? And this 770 acres, this was the first question asked at the New Hamburg Board of Trade debate, where all federal candidates were concerned, and they agreed that farmers should not be pressured into selling this land or expropriate it. This was also another question that was asked at the provincial debate, too, in my town of New Hamburg. And New Hamburg is so close to Stratford, with every year hosts the Canadian Dairy Expo, and it's the largest one in Canada. And it's no coincidence that it's in Stratford, because this area, including New Hamburg, is known as the dairy heartland of Ontario. So if you're a dairy farmer or a farm-to-fork cheese producer, New Hamburg makes sense. We have a local high school that supports agriculture, and we are close to the University of Guelph, where they have recently said that for every grad in agriculture, there are 4 good-paying jobs waiting for them. We're close to 2 universities and a college, in which many of those grads end up going to agriculture as well. I think of the trades, I think of business, and I think of the culinary school. And it's been said, there may be no better place in the world than Waterloo region to enjoy the farm-to-fork experience. And this was said on a show that was sponsored by Explore Waterloo Region. And if you watched the very first episode, you might recognize some of the farmers in that show. And this powerful statement highlights that we have a thriving local food culture. And I heard one person say that this is the way that we've always assembled land for the last 100 years. And I'm not however, we created the country sideline. So I don't agree with that last
Christy,
statement.
you have a minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. And it was supposed to protect our prime farmland in a way that allowed farmers to thrive. The region has spent countless hours and resources on creating the country sideline. And if I'm not mistaken, the region even went to court to defend this, which says a lot for a municipality to actually defend something in court. And I really think the country sideline was supposed to prevent stuff like this from actually happening here. And I don't know what the country sideline means anymore, but I still believe Waterloo region residents still believe in it. And every planning document at every different levels of government talks about the need to protect farmland. And if we're really serious about that, we have to do more than just put words on paper. Protection only works if we act when it matters, and that time is now. The farmers on this land are feeding us, supporting local businesses, and giving back to the community. This land isn't waiting to become developed. It already has a purpose. Thank you.
Krista, thank you very much. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just quickly, thank you very much,
you.
Krista, for coming. It's always nice to see you at the chambers, and I appreciate you bringing your thoughts forward.
The next delegation is Sydney McDonald from Kitchener. Sydney, welcome. You have the podium and you have 5 minutes.
I think this is still on. Okay. Good evening, Chair and councillors. My name is Sid, and I'm a local advocate for housing justice in our community, and more specifically for gender equity in our local services for unhoused women and gender diverse folks. I'm thankful to have the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and I understand that I'm the first in a full night of delegations around this bylaw you are voting on today. I'm also so thankful to the delegates in this room who are standing up for the rights of our unhoused community members, and those who are here to show their support of voting down this bylaw. I want to particularly highlight our women in leadership who sit at this horseshoe, and those of which I have heard emphasize the needs of women and gender diverse folks experiencing homelessness in your public conversations in this room. I'm looking to you to consider the serious concerns around this bylaw and what it means for women and gender diverse individuals. The bylaw relies on the assertion that the region has greatly expanded accessible shelter beds, and this is absolutely false for women and gender diverse individuals in particular. There are approximately 60 shelter beds in this region designated specifically for women and gender diverse folks, which local research has highlighted is needed to ensure the safety and appropriate support of this demographic. This total of approximately 60 beds does not equal an increase of beds for women and gender diverse folks, and is in fact a decrease considering we had 66 beds at the start of 2024 before Mary's Place was closed for months. Appropriate and safe shelter for women and gender diverse individuals remains woefully inadequate. This bylaw also prohibits residents from moving their tents without the region's permission, restricting free movement with serious safety implications. For women and gender diverse individuals, the ability to move a tent is a way to increase visibility, have a light over their heads at night, or distance themselves from someone who makes them feel unsafe. This clause is not only carceral, it is not at all trauma-informed, as it removes autonomy and safety from women and gender diverse folks who are residing there. Speaking of control, I ask that you consider the punitive measures in response to the list of prohibited activities. What happens under this bylaw if a woman defends herself against harassment and violence on site? Would she be considered in violation of the bylaw and removed from the encampment with nowhere else to go? Are contracted security guards and facilities workers informed and trained to handle that scenario safely and appropriately? If the region is committed to gender equity, if it is committed to human rights, this bylaw must not be passed. It criminalizes the survival and removes agency from women and gender diverse residents, while also not having the safety net of available gender-specific shelter beds. I ask that you do not pass this bylaw, and I ask that you take this back to the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness co-creators. These are people with lived and professional expertise who can collectively apply a human rights and gender-based analysis lens to a more equitable and humane path forward in preparation for your transit project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no questions.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Megan Walker from Kitchener. Megan? Welcome, Megan. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, good evening. My name is Meg Walker, and I'm here for myself on my own behalf. I am a housing advocate and organizer here in the region. Also, last year I was evicted for a parking lot, but I'm one of the lucky few that actually can afford a new market rent. I am delegating today on behalf of our neighbors at 100 Victoria Street and against the proposed bylaw that will displace them. I am also here to explain to you how 100 Victoria and this proposed violation of residents' human rights is directly correlated to evictions of tenants and a lack of affordable housing locally. Sorry, I'm talking too fast and I'm breathing badly. Affordable housing that is at least partially the responsibility of the region as a housing provider. I organize with tenants who are undergoing mass bad faith or no-fault evictions, many of whom cannot afford another place to live because market rent is untenable. Displaced residents have no place to go, and at the point where they've actually come to me and talked about living at the encampment. People end up living at 100 Victoria, not because it's the best recourse. They live there because it's their only recourse. If you look realistically at the lack of affordable housing across the region and the lack of tenant protections, the fact that we are not building supportive infrastructure for tenants, up to a third of our region are tenants. Waterloo region is at risk of becoming homeless. A third of those people are at risk of becoming homeless, of being a resident in an encampment like 100 Victoria. That's about a third of us in a form of precarious housing with the potential to be unsheltered and without choice as to where they will end up. Many tenants are closer to being on the street than they are to owning a home, myself included. Not because of their own choices, but because of policy choices, including those made at the region and its municipalities. I am also concerned about this plan to transition 100 Vic residents into housing based on what I know about shelter space, especially for women and gender diverse folks. Where do you plan on finding this housing? Because the housing quoted earlier by Mr. Sweeney is not remotely enough. And everyone who works in housing in the region, people who work at not-for-profits, people who organize, know there is not enough shelter space or housing anywhere to transition anybody. Otherwise, we wouldn't have these encampments to begin with, if we're being really honest with ourselves. A lack of transparency as well as my concern around this bylaw about the plans and around communicating both to the public and housing advocates, and to the residents themselves who have not been told. It was not clear to them what was going on. This indicates to me that there wasn't much of a plan for these people after all. And certainly, the residents themselves will not be given the choice as to where they will end up, much like a tenant being evicted from housing because they can't afford rent. So no choice as to where they end up living, or who with, or under what conditions. You're only reinforcing the harm and oppression that caused them to be unsheltered to begin with. You are punishing these people, the 100 Vic neighbors and residents that we support, for your own decisions. This is a message that you're sending to the residents of 100 Vic, to housing advocates, and to supporters of unsheltered populations, that again, the humanity of unsheltered people does not matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. The next delegation is Andrew Reeves from Kitchener. Andrew, welcome. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I am Dr. Andrew Reeves, delegating as a volunteer at 100 Vic and community member generally. My wife and I are new homeowners in the Victoria Hills part of Kitchener, but I've lived in Waterloo region for over a decade, and she's lived in the city since she was a baby. Although financially stable right now, I haven't always been on a stable footing here. I almost became homeless back in 2016, but the eviction notice thankfully was never filed by the negligent property manager. I mention this because I do not see unhoused folks as a separate part of our community, and I hope you don't either. I could have easily been homeless, and you never know, I could someday be. In this housing market and the economy rife with precarity, most of us working people are one disability, run eviction, or misfortune away from being forced onto the streets. In fact, many community members and volunteers supporting folks at 100 Victoria Street have been homeless themselves, some of them very recently. Something I've noticed is that the more relatable the struggle to survive on the streets is, the more empathy and solidarity there tends to be. Folks who live longer term at 100 Victoria Street, or folks who find themselves even temporarily homeless, use the site as a place of last resort. It's a place to shelter oneself stably and legally, as well as to find some connections to community resources. These folks are not some mysterious or criminal other to manage. They are our community members. They are us. Touchy aspects aside, I'd like to focus the rest of my delegation now on what the region has already been doing at the encampment in relation to the bylaw we are now discussing, which has not been passed yet anyway. The 100 Victoria Street bylaw was announced publicly around 4 p.m. last Wednesday, April 16th. In the week leading up to its release, there had been an increase in the number of industrial-sized rental waste bins, all from Riders Bin Rentals, in concert with efforts by the Barber Collins security workers to have residents start moving their tents and shelters to the outskirts of the site. The stated purpose was to make sure the bins' access was not blocked and for fire safety reasons. The irony of this is that the fire department had visited the site on multiple occasions during the winter to make sure tents stayed reasonably spaced out and not crowded into portions of the encampment, since that's the best way for a tent fire to spread to the other tents. Anyways, a few hours prior to the bylaw being posted, several workers, including a regional worker representing the region, showed up on site. They initially lied about what they were doing on site, saying they were simply leveling ground for moving the porta potties. The site was then quickly filled with 5 industrial-sized rental waste dumpsters and a mobile lease rental office. Not only were residents of 100 Vic not consulted about this, through the rushed process, residents and community members on site were repeatedly denied information about what was going on, who made these decisions, and who to talk to about it other than, quote, the region. In the days that followed this, Barber Collins security workers began enforcing the bylaw, which of course hasn't yet been passed as far as I know. We have recorded a number of incidents where the security guards prevented and worked to prevent people from setting up tents at the encampment. When confronted by community members on multiple occasions about the fact that the bylaw had yet to be passed, security guards told them the bylaw was in effect and they were only following orders. After emailing council on Friday evening about this pattern, I emailed council. Councillor Matthew Rodriguez checked in with staff, and thank you for that, Matthew. Apparently no such order had been given by staff, and they looked into it to make sure this wasn't the case. Afterwards, security stopped enforcing the bylaw that we are here tonight to discuss. From an outside perspective, it really seems many decisions have already been made to bypass the Valenti, Ontario Supreme Court ruling, and that this bylaw, and especially this council meeting, are
Andrew,
largely—
you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Are largely political window dressing to rationalize already made decisions in the name of expedience. In case members of council were not aware of what was going on, I thought I would at least read these events and perspectives into the record. Finally, I just want to reiterate the point that many others will make tonight. There does not need to be a choice between the moral and charter rights of homeless community members and improved public transit. Even if I were to accept the premise that there are truly no resources locally to house everyone, alternative sites or decriminalized camping on public land are all options that can move things forward while respecting the human right to shelter oneself safely and securely. I hope you all can agree on this and amend or reject the bylaw as it is currently written. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Andrew. The next delegation is David Alton, Social Development Center of Waterloo Region. Welcome, David. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Is it on? Okay. I'm here from the Social Development Center and the Lived Expertise Program, a key partner in the plan to end chronic homelessness. 100 Victoria's future was identified as a priority during the drafting of the plan, which you approved last year. It was seen in both call to action 19 of the Lived Expertise prototyping report, which called on you to update the transit hub plans to ensure the continuation of 100 Victoria as a sanctioned encampment until functional zero homelessness had been achieved, as well as negotiate with Metrolinx and the province to set aside transitional land and funding to ensure residents are provided with comparable land and support. This was also seen in Action 1.2 of the plan document, which said that the region will implement a housing-focused street outreach framework and a human rights-based approach to encampments. We were informed a year ago that the regional staff were exploring a plan to remove Tent City community to make room for the transit hub. At that time, we advised staff of the conditions under the National Protocol on Homelessness Encampments that would facilitate the transformation of an encampment community, things like consent, transparency, and fairness. But that conversation did not go further with community partners or encampment residents. We didn't hear anything until last Wednesday when we were called to the encampment to document the chaos and confusion that was created by the appearance of 5 dumpsters, a portable, and a bobcat. We went back yesterday with members of the Lived Expertise roster to do a community-based consultation. We interviewed 27 members of 100 Victoria community and asked them what they knew, how it impacted them, and what they wanted you to know. From our conversations, no one could identify receiving information from regional staff. Some had heard from other sources or rumors, while 13 people had heard nothing and were informed by us during the interviews. The actions by regional staff last Wednesday and the contents of the council report caused a range of emotions. People talked of fear, stress, confusion, and sadness. While some people were happy for change and the prospect of housing, others felt like this was targeted harassment and trying to kill the homeless people. They spoke of this causing an uproar, being inhumane and wrong, feeling pressured like a gun to their head, and feeling like they were human trash. One person said, if you are putting bins full of garbage where people are living, how do you think they would feel? Another person said, they are at the bottom, and now you are just taking away the bottom. When it comes to what residents want from you, first and foremost, they want you to understand that Tent City is a community and a family. Residents were very concerned for the well-being of everyone else in this process. A common sentiment was, it's not right, because folks at Tent City have given so much to folks. They have been there for me and given me a space to live, and at times, that was all I had on the coldest nights and death-gripping winters. Residents are deeply concerned about who's being prioritized and who's not, and most importantly, who's at risk of falling through the cracks in this process. Tent City members want housing. Some people are okay with motels and shelters. Some people are very much not okay with motels and shelters. Key considerations are what supports are available, how far are they from key services, and how long and stable housing would that be, especially for people who are at risk of bans or service shutoffs. Of key concern was how contracted housing services were allowing human trafficking to flourish in unsheltered communities. A person explained that there is a huge problem with human trafficking in Waterloo region because the services are privatized to contractors. I was almost trafficked because they were sending me to taxis to random shelters with no support or no coverage. Tent City members want an alternative location. They have built a community over these past 2 years. They feel like the region is breaking a promise to them to provide them with a safe space to be. Many people in the community are disabled. They want proximity to the hospital and to downtown services. The city makes the homeless people walk 1.5 miles. To walk that on a cold night is terrible. People found these fines insulting, given the lack of resources already in the community.
David, you have 1 minute remaining.
These fines are just to scare us. We're going to fight for our freedom. This isn't right. It's degrading. People in the Tent City community should have a voice. They want advance notice. They want clear explanations of what resources they will have access to and when. There are many people who are prepared to resist and who are worried that this will become violent because the community is deeply traumatized and is dealing with complex mental health. How many times can you bully and torture and belittle the most vulnerable population was another quote. It is very clear from talking to residents that 100 Victoria is a vital part of the homelessness ecosystem. We talked to people who just arrived from the warming centers because Tent City is better in the summer than warming shelters. We talked to people from the Schwabing Club. We talked to people who were banned from other shelters and were concerned about how long they would be able to stay at a motel or another offer. We talked to folks that were already planning on setting up tents in the backyards of houses and businesses. To remove this encampment means that all that pressure and that flow will go directly to already stressed community members. Because of the insights from Tent City residents, we are recommending that council votes against the staff report and sends it back to the Plan to Chronic Homelessness co-creators community because we find it not in alignment with the Plan to Chronic Homelessness, the National Protocol on Encampments, or the wishes of residents. Thanks.
Thank you, David. The next delegation is Jakara Droog. Welcome. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors. My name is Jakara. I'm a social worker and housing advocate, and I'm here to speak in firm opposition to the proposed bylaw 25. Let's be clear. What the region is proposing is not just a bylaw, it's a violation. It violates the 2023 Ontario Superior Court ruling, which found that the region cannot evict encampment residents without providing adequate, accessible shelter alternatives. It violates the charter right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and it undermines the national housing strategy, which affirms that housing is a human right in Canada. Bylaw 25 would forcibly displace residents of the 100 Victoria Street encampment, people with nowhere else to go, while threatening them with $5,000 fines for simply trying to survive. This is being proposed as the Ford government pushes forward with Bill 242, which would criminalize people further and limit municipalities' ability to protect their residents. Together, these measures leave people with no legal place to exist. We know the region does not have enough shelter beds. We know many shelters are inaccessible, unsafe, or traumatizing, especially for women, 2S LGBTQ folks, and people with disabilities. Schwabing is closed. The women's shelter has only 37 beds. Across the region, fewer than 60 spaces serve women and gender diverse people. Meanwhile, more than 2,300 people are unhoused. This bylaw offers no alternatives, only removal and punishment. The language of the bylaw is not only inhumane, but punitive and carceral. It prohibits storing firewood, moving a tent within the site, or having multiple tents in one area. These aren't minor restrictions, they criminalize basic survival. The $5,000 fine proposed is more than someone on Ontario Works receives in an entire year. To pass this bylaw would not only be legal and an ethical failure, but it would be a moral one. Even before this bylaw is passed, we've seen intimidation and misinformation. Security are already telling residents they're in violation of a bylaw that doesn't even exist yet. Dumpsters have arrived, residents are being mapped, surveillance is ramping up, and residents are living in constant fear with no information, no transparency, and no meaningful communication with the region. I've spent time with the residents at 100 Vic. These are real people, many of whom have survived sexual violence, domestic abuse, myriad forms of trauma, acquired brain injuries, and profound systemic failure. Many live with chronic illness, mental health conditions, or disabilities. For them, this encampment is not ideal, but it is safer than the unknown. And right now, it is the only option that they have. Meanwhile, $400,000 is being spent on motels, a temporary solution that expires in 2026. After that, what then? Where are these people supposed to go? Let's be honest, this bylaw is not about, this bylaw is about clearing land. It's about optics, it's not about safety, it's about pushing people out of sight without adequate solutions. This bylaw will disproportionately harm those already marginalized, especially Indigenous people who make up 12% of the region's chronically unhoused population. It contradicts the region's own plan to end chronic homelessness and ignores the wisdom of the people who helped shape it. I'm urging you, do not vote to remove the encampment at 100 Victoria. Instead, refer this issue back to the co-creators table of the plan to end chronic homelessness, a table that includes service providers and people with lived expertise, and allow them to create an alternative that meets both the region's needs and its obligations to Metrolinx. The people at 100 Vic are not expendable. Their survival should not be sacrificed in the name of a transit hub or political convenience. Choose humanity, not just in words, but in action. Reject bylaw 25.
Chikara, you have 1 minute remaining. Chikara, were you done? Okay, thanks. Next delegation is Heather Majuri from Kitchener. Heather? Welcome, you have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just got to check my phone here because I'm new on technology and using my phone instead. Okay, you guys ready? There we go. Yeah, there you go. My name's Heather Majuri. I'm delegating tonight as a private citizen. My partner and I live in Kitchener, and we have the privilege of home ownership. I'm speaking as a concerned resident of our region because I live here. I also have lived experience with chronic housing precarity and at times hidden homelessness while being a single parent. I became a single mother the year Premier Harris began his reign of terror targeting single mothers in need of financial supports. So I know a bit about scapegoating. I'm speaking against the proposed 100 Victoria site-specific bylaw, and I actually question the need for this bylaw at all. The current approach is not currently consistent with human rights. I tend to support bylaws that are enforceable and reasonable. This is neither. It's nothing more than a neo-vagrancy law being dressed up as a human rights approach, which it is not. How many people do you know experiencing abject poverty have $5,000 in the bank to pay your fines? I don't understand how this in any way supports recommendation 1.2, page 55 of Appendix A of your plan to end chronic homelessness. This bylaw simply criminalizes homelessness and increases our social propensity towards scapegoating. It wastes money on frivolous legal actions while encouraging harassment. I see the people in my ward who are experiencing chronic homelessness, who are living in tents or structures made from found materials as my neighbors. I support the region funding needed housing for each and every resident of this encampment in a timely fashion, if the process adheres to the goals, principles, and values of the plan to end chronic homelessness that you adopted last year. This bylaw, as drafted, is working at cross purposes to the plan as adopted. Do you know what scapegoating is? For the most part, scapegoating is an unconscious process. It occurs in families, but also in larger social systems. It often leads to deep and profound injustice when it is emboldened, enabled, and turned into law. We only need to look south of our border right now to see how this tactic is used for political gain and profit by those motivated by wealth and who claim power. And if unchecked, it is extremely dangerous to the protection of due process and human rights. There is a natural tendency to transfer blame and much motivation to do so if profits lay in the balance. Scapegoats are all around us. Unfortunately, all it takes for someone to stand out just a little bit to begin the process of scapegoating. Consider this. You are creating unnecessary trauma that criminalizes the most vulnerable people in this community using a scapegoating tactic through law. All of this while homelessness is increasing in our region by an average of 28% per year, with an actual current loss of emergency shelter beds. Why do we scapegoat? Scapegoating feels good. It provides a moment of peace and relief. When we scapegoat, we think we are addressing the root of our problems. Somebody else pays the price for our sins and our weaknesses, even systemically. Imagining the residents of 100 Victoria as the sole cause of our
Heather,
current
you have 1
delays.
minute remaining.
Thank you. Around improved transit creates a convenient communal catharsis through criminalization. I can assure you that once you have eliminated one scapegoat, you always find another, until you get honest about the actual root of your problems. I am also someone who had a positive experience being housed and supported within the domestic abuse shelter system in my mid-20s. I will always be grateful for my time at Hiatus House in Windsor, where I felt safe while processing my trauma. I felt seen, I felt heard, and I felt protected. Please understand, a human rights approach to encampments is also a trauma-informed approach. And further entrenching criminalization into your local law enforcement apparatuses of control is not, in any way, compatible with a trauma-informed approach to chronic homelessness. It certainly is no way to reach functional zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Next delegation is Laura Pinn, Wilfrid Laurier University. Laura's
I'm joining virtually. Am I able to start now, or should I wait?
No, you are. Thank you. I'll stop searching for you in the room, and you go right ahead. You have the floor, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Councillors, and apologies for not being there in person as I'm dealing with a health issue at the moment. Although I do also support Councillor Wolf's motion on consumption and treatment services, I'm delegating today to encourage you to reject the proposal for a site-specific bylaw at 100 Victoria. I'm delegating today as an assistant professor and researcher at Wilfrid Laurier University, not on behalf of the university, but through my expertise in this role. I'm currently leading a multi-year federally funded research project on municipal policy responses to encampments through a human rights lens. Some folks, I think, that are likely in the gallery or watching are part of that project. I'm also delegating as a member since the beginning of the co-creators table of the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness, or PEC, which is a group of over 100 community organizations and individuals representing virtually all facets of the homelessness response locally. I strongly believe in collaborative work to solve problems in a fair and just manner, and I understand the importance of moving forward with the KCTH work. However, the process by which this bylaw has been developed, as well as the content of the bylaw, I find deeply concerning. I'm worried that this approach to move forward at 100 Victoria will be ineffective. The goal of having a vacant space by December, I'm also concerned that it undermines the trust that has been built with community partners. I also find it inconsistent, as several delegates have mentioned, with the principles of the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness, or PEC, passed by Council last spring. And to be honest, it kind of boggles my mind that the PEC table was not consulted at all, which feels like a waste of the tremendous work that has happened to build up a collaborative policy infrastructure there, as well as the time and energy that service providers and lived experts have put into regularly engaging through that mechanism. With the time left, I want to outline a couple points of specific concern. First, this bylaw was developed in secret without any input from community members or organizations. Most importantly, no one at 100 Vic or anyone who regularly spends time at 100 Vic was consulted. People at 100 Vic were informed of the bylaw through the sudden presence of enhanced policing, bobcats, dumpsters with no forewarning, which is neither a trauma-informed approach nor conducive to building pathways towards housing with individuals. Building on David Alton's comments, I also spent some time at 100 Victoria yesterday evening speaking with 6 individuals experiencing homelessness who spend time there directly. And nobody indicated, I asked them all, has anyone from the region spoken with you about the bylaw, about the changes? And they said no. This is not meaningful engagement. It's not consistent with the emphasis on engagement in the PEC or human rights literature more broadly, or not even, I would suggest, solid policy making in any aspect of policy. Second, while the consideration given to housing services within the staff report is encouraging, we know that there are not enough supportive housing spaces and subsidies available to house people experiencing homelessness, and there will not be enough by the end of the year. Given what we know about the most recent point-in-time count, where 2,300 people were documented as experiencing homelessness in a context of fewer than 500 emergency shelter bed spaces locally, and those are the most recent numbers I have from staff, I'm concerned that if this bylaw is passed, it will lead to a divisive, protracted, and expensive legal battle in terms of the Valenti ruling, because if anything, the context has worsened since that ruling was made, which found that there were not adequate nor spaces. I can see the proposal to use motels as a stopgap. In the absence of direct consultation with residents and service providers, I also cannot support this option because we know the significant barriers, and I can see I have 1 minute left. Significant barriers to accessing motels, and not the least of the problem with these is that they're temporary and not permanent housing solutions. Third, as other delegates have mentioned, the bylaw will criminalize survival activities of individuals at 100 Victoria, as well as individuals providing survival assistance. It's a bit out of touch with how people navigate being housed. It prohibits anyone who was not present on April 16th from residing at 100 Victoria, a condition which is restrictive and in practice impossible to enforce, I would argue. It also proposes fines of up to $5,000 for a variety of activities. And really, I've been grounding my response in human rights language because human rights language is the language of the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness, which was passed by this group. There's 2 good things about the staff report, lest you think I'm just, full of negativity. I think if there's a reasonable time, if I could have 10 seconds to finish up, I would appreciate that. Thank you. I think there's a reasonable timeline of 7 months to meet both the residents of 100 Vic as well as the region's needs, and I think there's resources. What I would like to see council do is harness those positives and direct staff to work with the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness co-creators table to create a realistic plan that can work with this timeframe that is consistent with the principles of PEC and will not harm and further marginalize folks. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Laura. Next delegation is John Lee Bannister from Waterloo.
So it's when I get to the podium, right? So I get it right this time? It's when I get there?
You get to the podium and you get 5 minutes, John.
Okay, I'm just getting there a little. Whew. You know how it is. It's okay, we're on. Good evening, neighbors, councilors, and trusted friends. Before I begin, I just want to say happy birthday to Nick. But for those who don't know me, my name is John. I am the first vice president of the Waterloo Regional Labor Council, and I come before you today to speak to a demand from those whose lives are more laborious than most, whose lives are criminalized and demeaned, looked down upon, and ridiculed. But as a neighbor to these people in this region, I must stand with them. As people who were once in the trades, for the people who, without work, continue to work and put their lives at risk to do so. I ask that all who are able to stand with me for a moment of silence and mourning for all those who have been lost without shelter and those we lose even now. Thank you. For the lives at stake in this community, it's my privilege to share with all of you that the labor community, as I understand it, will support the endeavors of this community and its grassroots partners. I'll do this because in the House of Labor, we struggle for those whose labor goes unnoticed, whose struggles are forgotten, and the details of the lives of some people are cheapened by decisions like this council is proposing. Let's not quibble. The decisions to move in this direction do not come from kindnesses, from the outpouring of love to these people. It is out of greed. Council, whom I still regard in manners lowly, make my day. Prove me wrong. Handle this matter like your children's lives depend on it, like your family is inside those tents. Should something grievous occur in the face of this bylaw, it will be your greatest and most ruinous action. Maybe, for individuals of this council, principles are worth setting aside. But perhaps you can grow a spine, your own spine, and demand that the people pushing for this bylaw change, who see these people's lives as red tape, confront the cost. Make them pay for the price of housing these people that they have shown to clearly despise. Or we can simplify and decriminalize public camping. However, I leave the council with this sentiment. In the House of Labor and in this community, we will take care of our own. We understand that more than this council ever could, that we keep us safe. We cannot keep safe those who show clearly who is or is not secure. Let the house you go to, the home you go to tonight, be your moment of gratitude.
Next delegation is Ellen Chow from Waterloo. Is it Aline, sorry?
Aline, yes.
Welcome. You have the podium and have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Helene Chow, and I'm a candidate in this federal election, but today I come to you as a resident of Waterloo. I've been meeting with Waterloo residents for the past 4 weeks to understand the issues they care about most. Consistently, the rising cost of living, lack of affordable housing have been among the top issues on people's minds. This is no surprise. Since the pandemic, we've been living through highly unstable economic times, and the coming tariffs from the US are only continuing this trend. In KW, we see the impacts of this instability through the rising demand for food banks and the increased rates of homelessness in the region. People in Waterloo are being stretched thin and pushed to their financial limits. In this context, how can we be pushing for a bylaw that is focused on displacing our most vulnerable population? 2 years ago, the region of Waterloo tried to obtain the right to evict the unhoused community at 100 Victoria Street. Rightfully, this eviction attempt was ruled illegal and in violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, so as long as the number of homeless persons exceeds the number of available accessible shelter beds in the region. Now the region is once again trying to evict these residents while the amount of resources to support the unhoused community remains woefully insufficient. In December 2024, the number of shelter beds in the region was quoted as at roughly 550 beds, while a count of unhoused persons in the region just 2 months earlier found there were over 2,300 people that are unhoused. Though a judge can be the only one that rules on the legality of the proposed bylaw, it is clear to me that the number of unhoused people far exceeds the number of shelter beds. In fact, it is more than quadruple the number of beds. A huge deficit of shelter beds not only calls into question the legality of the bylaw, but indicates some of the negative consequences of it. Considering there aren't nearly enough beds for the number of unhoused people in the region, if the 100 Victoria encampment is cleared, where will these residents go? The plan suggests temporary motels and some supportive housing, but without the full budget required to support the unhoused community, the residents will be left high and dry when the motel funding runs out. The number of residents now is maybe 30 to 35, but these numbers tend to grow in the summer months to 70 or 90, making this funding proposal completely inadequate since it is meant to only cover the current residents and forbids any new tents or new people from moving in. The intent behind this bylaw is clear when no consultation was done with the actual people who are impacted by it, when dumpsters and equipment are brought on site without any warning as a threat. We cannot continue to criminalize poverty. Charging $5,000 fines to people who have no other options is completely unacceptable. While supports are put in place, people need a place to live, where they are not under threat of all of their belongings being taken from them, over constant eviction, and over policing. This is why I'm speaking to you today, to stand with the people that are demanding that the region decriminalize public camping on regional land. If people can camp in other locations without the threat of eviction, there would be no need for them to use the current site. There is no need to make this a transit site or their housing issue. Please listen to the people who are impacted by this decision, to the experts, and make sure you act in a manner that respects their fundamental rights and freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you, Aline. The next delegation is Lily Berescu from Waterloo. Welcome, Lily. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Oh, hello. Instead of turning up the brightness, I turned up my volume, so let me change that. And I thought I was not gonna cry, but who am I kidding? I'm gonna cry, but please don't let my tears dilute the importance of this. My name is Lily. I was born and raised in Waterloo Region, and I said I still live in Waterloo Region. This has been my home all my life, and I care about my community a lot. This is my first time speaking at a city council meeting, and despite having social anxiety, as you can tell, I try my best to speak up when it matters, and the situation matters more than words can express. At the previous meeting I attended, there was a presentation on public health inspections for food safety, noting that they are not able to reach all food areas and therefore needing to prioritize higher risk. Well, what about the safety of people, our community members, living, breathing human beings? What about prioritizing those at higher risk? What does that look like, you might ask? It's having safe spaces for people to use drugs so people don't die before they can reach services. It was noted in the previous meeting by a council member that there are literally thousands of people who use drugs in our region alone. 12 beds in an abstinence-based rehab is not the act of prioritizing. Safe consumptions are, and let me remind you that ours closed on March 31st. And if you aren't already aware, abstinence-based programs have actually shown to increase mortality, risk of death, negating some of the benefits intended for this 12-bed program. I ask our city council, please do not ignore us. Please do not silence us. There were many folks that shared very valuable messages at the last meeting as well. Utilize the resources in your community. When the motion was delayed last meeting due to not having enough information for the council to make a decision on this motion, members who were sitting here were practically jumping out of their seats to provide said information. Sorry. All this to say, amplify the voices you are privileged to listen to. This is your civic duty, not to pass on the interpretation of what you hear. The motion asks that you write a letter asking our provincial government to comply with the law, the judgment of the Superior Court. Any inclusion of information regarding safe consumption sites is merely objective and factual, not of opinion, as there are literally decades of evidence and research proving the very thing our provincial government is not only actively denying, but also lying about. And that is that safe consumption sites save lives and lead to safer communities, as we have seen over these years as living proof in our very own community. And I was going to end this there, but while walking to this community, I found out someone I knew passed away from overdose. His name was Gregory. On March 31st, not only did we have our safe consumption site close, we also had Safer Supply close, and the King Street shelter, which had 100 beds. And I do remember over the winter hearing the news that someone that I knew there also passed away on the very steps of that shelter. So just echoing what others have said is that we do not have sufficient resources for folks. And I just want to leave it with, how many times will we continue to displace people and remove services? How many more people need to die in order for action to happen?
Thank you, Lily. Actually, Lily, stay at the podium, please. Councillor Wolf has a question.
Through you, Madam Chair, just really a comment. Thank you very much for coming in and having the courage to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. The next delegation is Ashley Schmidtema from Waterloo Regional Community Legal Services. Welcome, Ashley. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a lawyer and executive director at Waterloo Region Community Legal Services. I was also co-counsel for the Victoria Street encampment litigation that began in 2022. My comments tonight are without prejudice to any potential litigation that may come. And I would like to say just for 1 second that I do also support Councillor Wolf's motion around the CTS. I have to express my deep concern with the procedure the region is using to pass this bylaw and to skirt around the existing court order for this property. This site has an existing, binding, and in-force court order that establishes constitutional violations related to evictions. Passing a new bylaw instead of following the procedure set out by the court in the existing order is improper. It has the badges commonly recognized by courts as a bylaw being passed in bad faith, and I urge you not to pass this bylaw tonight. Justice Valente ordered that the region could apply to him to terminate his previous declaration if it can satisfy the court that the bylaw no longer violates the charter. The region has the onus of returning to court and satisfying the court with a proper evidentiary record under the Code of Use bylaw that the circumstances have changed such that an eviction would no longer constitute a charter violation. This is not a typical situation where a municipality can just pass a bylaw. Trying to pass this bylaw without returning to court first could be viewed by a court, again, as acting in bad faith. This has all the indicia of a bylaw being enacted in bad faith, including improper motives, questionable timing, and keeping affected parties in the dark. Further, any evictions that take place prior to a new decision from the court could have the potential for charter damages being ordered against the region. It's our position that every person turned away from this property or told by security that they cannot set up a tent there because of this new bylaw is akin to an eviction and is putting the region at risk of charter damages. Now, all of that being said, about a year ago at a community meeting with Commissioner Peter Sweeney, I suggested mediation on this issue, and I'm here now again to suggest this to Council. We have the tools we need to resolve this outside of court in a way that is human rights and charter compliant. The region has the opportunity to be a true leader among municipalities and to do the right thing, and passing this bylaw is not the answer. Litigation is a blunt tool for settling disputes. It should be used as a last resort. Litigation is unpredictable, as those of you who were around the last round know that. Once you enter into litigation, you lose control. You no longer have control over the process, the outcome, the timeline, or the costs, all of which are important factors to the region. Litigation has far-reaching implications that no one can predict. Reputationally, litigation is risky for the region. The region will once again be seen as spending excessive resources to take homeless people, the most vulnerable people in our community, to court. The region is also risking the trust that they have worked very hard to rebuild in the community since the last round of litigation. And as you've heard from other people here that are part of the plan to end chronic homelessness, there is a serious risk of fracturing those relationships that have been built. Instead of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars taking encampment residents to court, you could approve an encampment in another similarly situated property and provide the services and protections there that currently exist at 100 Vic. Unfortunately, given the state of our housing crisis, encampments will continue to exist. Regardless of what the province thinks, we are not going to enforce our way out of this crisis. We are regularly asked by people facing eviction if we can suggest somewhere they can go to set up a tent. Even if 100 Vic is cleared, another encampment will emerge. Wouldn't you rather have control over where it emerges?
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Wouldn't you rather proactively take care of issues like pests and garbage that will emerge by arranging these services in advance to mitigate these issues? And frankly, this will continue regardless of Ford's encampment eviction legislation because people have nowhere to go. Sanctioned encampments are part of the housing solution continuum. As much as people don't want to hear it or see it or deal with it, it is a reality. Additionally, as a small community legal clinic, litigation will require us to use resources that we would otherwise use to represent people at the Landlord and Tenant Board fighting eviction. This will undoubtedly lead to more inflow into homelessness. This is a direct cost that you do not account for in your financial implications assessment. There is a way around litigation, and it's rejecting this bylaw. It's offering suitable alternative sanctioned encampment space for the people living at 100 Vic, and it's sending it back to the PESH co-creators to move this forward. At Waterloo Region Community Legal Services, I'm almost done. We're reasonable people. We hope the region can be reasonable also. We would much rather be your allies and advocate together for the calls that are set out in the AMO report to actually solve this crisis than be adversaries.
Thank you, Ashley. I have no questions. That's great. The next speaker is Jason Paul from Kitchener. Jason? Is Jason not with us? Okay, the next delegation is Julian Ickham from Kitchener. Julian, you have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Is the mic on? Yeah. My name is Julian Ickham. I'm here on behalf of the Island Rhine People's Community Defense Brigade. We were created when it became obvious that our comrades, our friends, our brothers and sisters are dying from poisoned drugs, drug overdoses, and like freezing on the streets. Now, the thing I want to talk to you about is two things: Julius Streiser and the Nuremberg Principles. What does Nuremberg and Julius Streiser have to do with the encampment eviction and the general war against poor people? Julius Streiser never killed a Romani or a Jew during the Holocaust, but he drew cartoons that dehumanized Jewish people, and at Nuremberg, he was hung because he created the climate that allowed the Holocaust to happen. In Nuremberg, people were saying, we were following the law. We were doing what we were told. And they were rightfully hung as well, because it's not good enough to say, I was told to. People are dying. That is a fact. What we are having right now is we're having an ideological as well as a physical attack on poor people. With the closure of the safe supply, the school board decision to put only the Canadian flag, which is a symbol of genocide, and the Ontario flag, like, has nothing to do with flags, but it's attack on all lives matter, it's attack on pride, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we're having the closure of the safe injection site, which is not just a place where people go and use drugs. It's one of the only places where homeless people can actually get medical services. We're having, at a time when we're seeing xylazine and poison in the drug supply, and more and more people are dying, we're shutting down the only place where they can test drugs to see if they're poison or not. They're shutting down the safe supply. And now they are closing the encampment, or they want to close the encampment. This is a clear attack on poor people, and the fact that it will be done on December 1st means that people will freeze to death, particularly those with disabilities and those that will be affected by the courts. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing the region that entered into negotiations of good faith with the community to create the plan to end chronic homelessness. And then in secret, while Doug Ford is putting all these commercials about not wanting needles near playgrounds and not wanting all these tents and stuff, we're seeing the region help these attacks. And the people that are going to suffer are the most vulnerable. The people that are going to suffer are people that the Nazis were the first to kill. It'll be the disabled, homeless people that will die and freeze first. It will be people that cannot access their pain medication or medical services because the safe injection site is shut down. It'll be people.
Julian, you have 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, that's fine. The fact is, whatever decision you make, history will judge you. People are going to be sitting later, maybe 20 years down the line, and they're going to talk about the genocide against poor people. And they're going to talk about this decision here. They're going to talk about how people voted, and they're going to talk about the climate, the political climate in which this is going on. What side of history do you want to be on? Do you want to be one of those people that will be condemned at the new Nuremberg? With your saying that, oh, we were told to by the provincial government or Trump's tariffs forced us because we don't want to be seen as this and this? Or do you want to be seen as being on the side of the people that are being killed? Because a reckoning will come and people will hold you accountable for the decisions you make today here.
Thank you, Julian. I have no questions. The next delegate is Aaron Dej from Cambridge. Aaron, tell me how you say your last name.
It's pronounced Day, but I don't hold anybody at fault for pronouncing it Dej. I pronounced it Dej until I married the man who gave me the last name. So it's all good.
You have the floor and you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
But thank you for not making that talk about my last name be part of my 5 minutes. About a year ago, I and many of the people in this room came here to ask this council to endorse the plan to end chronic homelessness. At the time, I told you that in my 15 years of doing research in the homelessness sector, I have not seen such an ambitious and transformational approach to effectively respond to the homelessness crisis. I thank council for endorsing and investing in that plan, and I continue to believe it is the best way forward for our community. The proposed 100 Victoria Street Code of Use bylaw does not adhere to that plan that you endorsed. As such, I humbly ask this council to reject the proposed bylaw. One of the reasons the plan is so exceptional is because it outlines both the process and the outcomes to addressing homelessness. The bylaw in front of you fails on both these counts. In terms of process, the co-creators table, of which I am a member, and which is meant to oversee the rollout of the plan to end chronic homelessness, was not consulted on how best to approach the future of the 100 Victoria Street encampment. While the plan grounds itself in a human rights approach, the residents of 100 Vic were not informed about what was happening until hours after dumpsters and construction material were brought on site. Those intervening hours were filled with fear, stress, and chaos, all of which were avoidable if appropriate communication protocols had been followed. The erosion of trust that has occurred from these actions undermines some of the well-intentioned elements of the bylaw. I appreciate the 6-month window to support people to find housing. Although, when the region's shelter capacity is at about 21% of the homeless population, I doubt 6 months is enough time. But the staff's plan is to use the same trailer that was dropped off last week without communication to work on a housing plan. This trailer, a symbol of fear and chaos and exclusion, is now meant to be the site of support and resources for residents. The second part of the plan is a focus on positive outcomes to help end chronic homelessness in the region. The 100 Victoria Street Code of Use bylaw undermines those efforts. First of all, 47% of the proposed site support budget for this bylaw is for temporary motels, which the report clarifies will not extend past 2026. This means that in just over a year, people who cannot find affordable and supportive housing, because there is no vacancy, will be back on the street. In this way, the bylaw is a stall tactic, not a solution. In fact, I strongly suspect this approach will make things worse. I am a researcher, and so I can't help but cite research, and 2 recent peer-reviewed studies showed that encampment evictions increased health risks for residents and precipitated violence. This approach will make the community less safe. I was particularly disappointed that the proposed bylaw includes a sanction for up to $5,000 for someone who continues to occupy the space past December 1st, or someone who provides support to someone in that time, like mutual aid. To write in a fine at all, let alone an amount like $5,000, I see a minute, tells me that this plan and bylaw were not written with community input or thought to the impact of that kind of sanction. By way of comparison, last year, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice struck down multiple sections of the Ontario Safe Streets Act, which the fine for panhandling was at most $500. The impact of this kind of ticketing, even at much lower amounts, is harsh and further entrenches people in homelessness. In the vast majority of Ontario Safe Streets Act tickets, people are convicted for not paying their fine because, as Heather so clearly mentioned, we are fining people who are homeless as a way of sanctioning them. The accumulated debt that people receive for unpaid tickets is sent to consumer reporting, making access to private market housing nearly impossible, and in some cases leads to jail time for unpaid fines. To sum up, I won't do my sum up paragraph. I will leave it there.
Can you sum up in a couple sentences?
Yeah, it is. Okay. To sum up, the bylaw does not align with the process and outcomes outlined by the plan that was endorsed by council. The bylaw has already caused harm and it hasn't been adopted. It will continue to cause harm in the months to come. I ask council to reject the bylaw and to direct staff to work with the community on a plan and process that doesn't rely on punitive techniques and instead works in the best interests of encampment residents and the community at large. Thank you for those extra 10 seconds.
Erin, Councillor Wolf has a question.
Through you, Madam Chair, and again, a comment, and I just want to thank you because you're from Cambridge, and out of 27 delegates, we have 1 from Cambridge, and you represented us very well.
Oh boy, no pressure. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we will welcome Megan Schneider, Unsheltered Campaign. Megan, welcome. You have the floor, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I am here representing Unsheltered Campaign tonight, but I hope they will forgive me a bit of a personal roundabout way into it. In my day job, I am an early childhood pedagogical consultant, and I am a mother of a 7-year-old. And a few weeks ago, my 7-year-old and I were very happy to participate in an event put on by the Children, Youth and Planning Table and their Child Voice Project called Building Our Communities of Care. And this was at the KPL. It was a wonderful event where children and families were making their voices heard about what it looks like for them, what it means to them to have a caring community. And the project asked us to think about what it looks like to have a community of care across 4 lenses: community, allyship, equity, and face-to-face connections. If we want to build these communities of care for our children, it has to start now with action. And it doesn't only start out there at schools and at libraries and childcare centers in interactions with children. It starts here in this room. It starts with every analysis of every proposed bylaw, every presentation that is put in front of you all, and analyzing all of this through the lenses of community, allyship, equity, and face-to-face connection. As I said, I am here tonight representing Unsheltered Campaign. The Unsheltered Campaign is a group of local community members who are housed and unhoused and who work with people experiencing unsheltered homelessness to advocate for change. Having listened to the delegations before me, I'm struck by the incredibly rich expertise about homelessness in this room and in this region, and these residents' generosity in sharing this expertise in the name of their caring community, their community's well-being. What an incredible asset in building an innovative, human rights-based approach to homelessness. I know that the region of Waterloo has put processes in place to make sure you're accessing this local expertise, both lived and learned, as part of your own plan to end chronic homelessness. And I find this proposed bylaw, and we do at Unsheltered Campaign, to be incongruent with that collaborative, innovative approach. And I hope what you've heard tonight from the delegates before me serves as an opening, an invitation, an opportunity to get that back on track, on that path that you as a council have laid out with support from your own constituents, which is so powerful. Tonight we are asking you, obviously, to reject the proposed bylaw respecting the use of 100 Victoria Street North, Kitchener. Not only the bylaw in and of itself, but also the approach the bylaw represents are harmful to those sheltering at 100 Victoria and deeply concerning to us as a group of advocates, neighbors, and service providers. The bylaw was created and put forward without any consultation with people living at 100 Victoria or with the service providers, your community partners, working with the residents. Like I said, you have put mechanisms into place to make sure this type of engagement happens, including your own Plan to End Chronic Homelessness co-creators table. But the co-creators table, as we've heard, was not consulted, and the bylaw was announced to residents of 100 Victoria by bringing police, heavy equipment, and dumpsters on site without any communication or information. I invite you to think about the symbols of belonging and symbols of caring and symbols of the opposite of that in our region. I see 1 minute.
Megan, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. Instead of approving this flawed and inhumane bylaw tonight, we are asking you to consider one of the following options. 1, do not remove the encampment from 100 Victoria and explore other ways for the region to meet its obligations to Metrolinx. We can be imaginative. We can open ourselves up to other possibilities. 2, work with people at 100 Victoria to designate an alternative location for camping that is mutually acceptable and in close proximity to necessary life-saving services, life-affirming services, with the same legal protections as 100 Victoria. 3, refer the issue back to the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness co-creators table and direct this table, which includes people who work directly with residents and lived experts, to create an alternate plan to meet the region's needs for the property, using the budget associated with the proposed bylaw. Unsheltered Campaign has included this and more details, many more details, in a letter to you all, which in only about 12 hours has gained signatures from 16 other agencies and individuals from the co-creators table. So I please urge you all to read that letter. It has been sent out, and take it very seriously. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan. I have no questions. The next delegation is Tara Jones from Waterloo. Welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm coming to you not only as a planning student in the University of Waterloo, but also someone who has experienced homelessness firsthand. So this is not only an academic issue for me, but like a deeply personal one. This is my first time delegating to this regional council, so I wanted to be sure that I fully understood the council's role in this decision. Within your code of conduct, I found that guiding principle 2.2 commits council members to honor, support, and employ regional values as outlined in the region's strategic plan. This, of course, led me to the strategic plan, which envisions a region as a compassionate community that cares for all people, wherein everyone has an opportunity to live a good life. Tonight, I wish to outline how approving the proposed bylaw will directly contradict the region's strategic plan. The strategic plan outlines the region's responsibility to ensure people have access to the services they need when, where, and how they need them most. The encampment at 100 Victoria provides stability to residents by reducing transiency and critical access to downtown Kitchener's amenities. If this bylaw were to come into effect, it would cause the displacement of encampment residents, hindering outreach workers' abilities to locate them and serve them. It would also limit residents' abilities to access much-needed services. Further, the strategic plan commits the region to deliver new models of service through community collaboration and co-design. The report attached to the proposed bylaw states that individuals currently residing at 100 Victoria North are being informed about the proposed bylaw. I would like to note to council members that informing is not the same as consultation and is certainly not a collaborative process or a process of co-design. Informing residents is an important first step, but it is ultimately tokenistic without a responsive channel for feedback. True partnership with citizens would require negotiation and shared decision-making power yielded by the region to those affected by the proposed bylaw. As council members, I also understand you all to be advocates for the public process who promote public consultation and involvement in decision-making processes, as stated by Guiding Principle 2.3 of your Code of Conduct. I urge you to uphold this principle by ensuring meaningful engagement before you move forward with this bylaw. The strategic plan focuses on the provision of safe and permanent housing. The Homes for All goal outlined in the strategic plan specifically highlights the regional objective to eliminate reliance on traditional emergency shelter models. Many residents of the encampment are being offered motel stays to encourage them to vacate 100 Victoria. However, according to the report, these motels are temporary fixes for which funding will end in 2027. Further, the budget for annualized supportive housing is not set to increase in 2027. This means that those exiting the motel program provided by the region will no longer be supported in 2027. In passing this bylaw, the region will be acting in direct opposition of their strategic plan by failing to provide permanence and safety to the individuals who will be displaced, not only by their removal from the encampment, but also their expulsion from supportive housing programs. In summary, this bylaw undermines the region's commitments to compassion, equity, and homes for all. I encourage council to reject it or at a minimum delay until meaningful co-design has occurred. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Tara. I see no questions. The next delegation is Martin Asling, Waterloo Region, Yes in My Backyard. Welcome, Martin. You have the podium and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll also be speaking on the 100 Victoria Encampment. Thank you for letting me speak on this important topic. In 2024, the region of Waterloo approved the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness, an ambitious and important plan that not only sets out what to do, but how to do it. The details are important, so I'll quote them at length. The plan states, "We will establish a whole of community leadership model that includes lived experts, equity-owned groups, service providers, system leaders, and area municipalities and Region of Waterloo staff. The goal of establishing community-driven system leadership is to disseminate system decision-making power, to increase transparency and trust, and responsibility to ensure that the system is built to be accountable to the needs of those experiencing homelessness." Later on, the plan further outlines what kind of relationship this entails. This is more than an amplification of voices, as that suggests that we are maintaining systems of oppression. We need to completely redesign how we include interest holders in this work. Advancing a whole of community approach where living expertise of chronic homelessness, racial equity, and social justice are central in decision making. Funding choices and policy creation will ensure the homelessness system will be culturally competent, inclusive, and proactive in addressing systemic harm. For this to succeed, traditional power holders also need to let power transfer to others. This is an important plan, but it's even more important that all aspects of it are followed through on. In a comparative study of different cities' homelessness plans, Carrie Doberstein finds that a crucial ingredient of any homelessness strategy is throughput legitimacy, which reflects the ability to follow through on engagement. The region of which is without its strategies can fall apart completely. The region of Waterloo invested time, money, and good faith in engaging with the lived experts through the plan to end chronic homelessness. It is vital that they are involved in every important aspect of our homelessness strategy and actions. Unfortunately, this bylaw was not preceded by the type of engagement necessitated by the plan to end chronic homelessness. While the region has been in contact with homeless advocates through the plan, they were only even made aware of these plans recently, and the bylaw was certainly not informed by their input. Both residents, volunteers who provide mutual aid, and a range of advocates who are readily available to communicate with regional staff were scrambling to react when police and bobcats showed up. The process has been top-down and not at all reflective of the spirit or letter of the plan to end chronic homelessness. Furthermore, the region has not yet increased the supply of affordable housing to the extent needed to match the increased need among our unsheltered population. The proposed bylaw acknowledges the Ontario Court of Justice decision, which found that evicting persons from encampments without adequate access to shelter violates Section 7 rights in the Charter. However, they suggest that this may no longer apply. And more recently, Peter Sweeney, Commissioner of Community Services, said that we now have 515 shelter beds in Waterloo Region compared to 358 in 2020. However, over this period, the recorded need in the community has more than doubled from the number that Justice Valente had to go by when making his decision if one compares the 2021 point-in-time count of 1085 with the 2024 point-in-time count of 2,371. Waterloo Region YIMBY has consistently opposed encampment evictions because without adequate amounts and degrees of alternative housing, encampment evictions will push
Martin,
people
you
further.
have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Onto the streets and further removed from supports. This could lead to a greater risk of victimization, a greater threat of drug overdose or poisoning, as experts warn us. This threat is even more dire with the closure of the Kitchener Consumption and Treatment Services site. However, even if the region rejects this above view, it is still vital for the region to closely follow the engagement requirements set out in the plan to end chronic homelessness. In place of this bylaw, we urge regional staff to come back to council with a new proposal that follows the whole of community approach in collaboration with the lived experts involved with the plan to end chronic homelessness and the people at the 100 Victoria Encampment. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I see no questions. The next delegation is Shannon Down, Waterloo. Welcome, Shannon. The floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, members of council, Regional Chair Redmond. My name is Shannon Down. I was the former executive director of Waterloo Region Community Legal Services, and I was co-counsel on the Regional Municipality of Waterloo and Persons Unknown and to be ascertained case. I retired in December from that role, so I am here tonight as a concerned resident. While I'm not working directly on these issues anymore professionally, I remain very passionate about the problem of homelessness, and I want to see the region where I live be a leader in taking a human rights-based approach to housing. Let's talk about competing needs. The region says it needs the property for a laydown site, for materials, for a transit hub. People living in the encampment have needs. They need to be able to shelter themselves from the elements while they remain homeless. I'm going to talk about some basic facts about encampments that any of the people who are frontline workers who I see here, or staff at the region, or one of the many agencies that have been working so hard to support people experiencing homelessness could also tell you. People who end up in the encampments could be someone who has been chronically homeless. They may have spent years going in and out of shelter, facing uncertainty, constant displacement, violence, loss of belongings, and they are looking for some stability and safety. Their tent at the encampment is their home. They would prefer to live in an actual home, but until that happens, the tent where they have some belongings and can count on being able to return to it is the best they have. Newly homeless people who cannot face the prospect of living in congregate space shelters may turn to an encampment for some privacy, particularly if they have special needs or a couple or have a pet. Drug users who need some safety and who need people around them to keep them from overdosing, if they're alone, may end up at the encampment. It's safer for them than being isolated in a motel room. The Region's plan to remove the encampment at 100 Vic and replace it with shelter beds and motel rooms does not meet those needs and many others that I do not have the time to detail in 5 minutes. There needs to be a place like 100 Victoria Street that can meet those needs, and the region should designate land for that purpose. You're probably thinking, well, Shannon, we don't want to do that because we don't want any encampments. But we know that while the number of homeless people in our region exceeds the number of shelter beds by a factor of 4 to 5, and it's getting worse, then the reality is that there are going to be encampments around for a long time. We know from the last point-in-time count that the number of people experiencing homelessness in our region has more than doubled since the time that the encampment case was argued. The situation is worse. This plan just means that there will be more scattered encampments with fewer supports, and the people living there will face frequent displacements, putting them at greater risk. I want you as councillors to ask some hard questions about this plan. Does it really meet the needs of the residents of Waterloo Region who are currently living at 100 Victoria Street? Does it meet the needs of the over 2,300 people experiencing homelessness in our region? Or does it just meet the needs of the Region of Waterloo Transit Hub Plan? Are the charter rights of the people at the encampment being breached by the proposed plan? Is this bylaw
You have 1 minute left, Shannon.
Thank you. Is this bylaw consistent with taking a human rights-based approach to homelessness? How does this plan move the needle on the plan to end chronic homelessness? I'm asking you as a council to prioritize the safety and health of the most vulnerable residents of our region. Thank you for listening. Those are my remarks.
Thank you very much, Shannon. I see no questions. The next delegation is Parnav Sitharamam. Welcome, you have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I probably won't end up using that. Sorry, I'm really nervous. I actually might step out. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think I'm gonna step out. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. If you want to send us something in writing, we'd be happy to receive it. Thank you. The next delegation is Lynn Intini. Welcome, Lynn. You have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
I attended the co-creators meeting last Tuesday because I was promised that regional staff was interested in consulting with us about a rent eviction bylaw. This now feels a bit disingenuous. I appreciate the staff who listened to us, but when I've brought to your attention the ways in which a municipal rent eviction bylaw could address the giant loophole in the Residential Tenancies Act, the provincial law that governs tenants' rights, which essentially begs profit-driven landlords to displace tenants paying below-market rent. You've certainly empathized with me and condemned the landlords for their despicable behavior, for not acting in good faith, for not upholding their obligations as housing providers, for attempting to erode our currently existing affordable rental housing stock by displacing long-standing tenants in favor of people paying unsustainably high rents. What I'm offered as a solution to my ask is that you've advocated to the province And it's a thing you won't even do for the CTS right now. I would like you to do that. But I also get suggestions that if only tenants knew their rights, then they could protect themselves from their landlord. If they knew all the steps, they wouldn't fall prey to misleading offers. As if knowing your rights is a panacea for navigating a very convoluted system that's weighted against you. The system here, the way this proposed bylaw came about, is not any better. This tonight is an eviction hearing. It's not only an eviction hearing for the current residents of 100 Vic, but for those who may have had the privilege of crashing on someone's couch for the last week. And for those who have been gathering the courage and hoping for better weather before the evening that they finally must flee an abusive situation towards the only place that they know to be available because it's visible and known. A place where service providers and community members offering mutual aid will be available to them. The disgusting way this proposal was written to be retroactive to a provision of notice which was only available online. Pardon? Where was the posted notice of a site plan application notifying the neighborhood of exactly what day they could show up to oppose or request modifications to this proposal? Where was the notice of hearing that a tenant would get from the landlord-tenant board? Keeping it quiet in order to minimize the number of people who would be offered anything at all. That is scuzzy landlord logic. Today, you are being asked to vote for a bylaw that would essentially have you signing off on an attempted bad faith eviction. You have the opportunity to vote against this bylaw as it is proposed. You get to decide that this landlord, the region of Waterloo, will not tell tenants that they have to leave the property until truly suitable alternative accommodations which provide security of tenure and which meet their needs are found. Accommodations that the residents can provide informed consent to. You can demonstrate to your constituents and your voting base that you will do what you said.
Then you've got 1 minute remaining.
Vote against this bylaw, send it back to Patch, which you agreed to last year. You have the opportunity to do better than a worst of the worst landlord.
Thank you, Lynn. The next delegation is Noah Helsby from Kitchener.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Aaron Price. I'm speaking in Noah's place. So, first things first, I want to start off by saying you guys cannot go and close down the site for the fact that it goes against all charter of rights. And there's the reasons why I'm listed in these in my speech that I'm going to say right now. Hi, my name is Aaron. I reside at 100 Vic. The tent city is more than just a makeshift shelters. There are vibrant communities where people find support and solidarity and a sense of belonging. For many residents of those communities are a lifeline, offering a network of peers who understand each other's rights and struggles and provide mutual aid. Removing tent city without providing adequate alternatives can be traumatic and pushing vulnerable individuals further into the margins, exacerbating issues like mental health and addiction as well. Rather than tearing down communities, you should invest in improving conditions and providing essential services, working towards solutions that prioritize dignity and humanity. And one more thing, if you guys pass this bylaw, Karen Redmond, I will be tenting on your front lawn.
Next delegation is Tanner Bergsma from Waterloo. Tanner, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. My name is Tanner Bergsma. I'm autistic and 22 years old. I am the co-chair of the Kitchener 2051 Community Working Group and the co-founder of 2 international movements. But tonight, I'm not speaking on behalf of either of these. Tonight, I'm speaking as someone who used to be homeless. And more than that, I'm speaking for every single unhoused person in this city whose voices you have silenced, whose humanity the region has ignored, whose pain has chosen not to see. The region has not spoken to the homeless populations, and now you are here to vote on bylaw 25-021, a motion to repurpose 100 Victoria Street North for the Kitchener Central Transit Hub. You call it development, you call it infrastructure, but let's stop pretending. This is not about transit. This could be perceived as a direct attack on humanity and global unity. It is a calculated effort to eliminate one of the last places where unhoused people can exist in peace. It offers no housing, no care, no support, just removal, displacement, and erasure. This is not a plan. It is an eviction notice, not from a home, but from public life itself. It violates Section 7 of our Charter and Article 3 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, the right to liberty, life, and security of person. So let's call it what it is. You're voting to strip people of their legal rights because their presence makes you uncomfortable. You're voting to disappear the most vulnerable because their pain doesn't fit your development plans. You're voting to prioritize property over people. Do you think that this is in the best interest of our community? And do you think this is progress? I have been there. I know what it feels like to be invisible. What I needed most wasn't to be removed, but to be seen, to be helped, and to be treated as human. Instead, you're offered tents taken down, belongings confiscated, and lives destroyed, all while hiding behind a motion number and a
Tanner,
sealed
you
vote.
1 minute remaining.
And the most horrifying part, you don't even ask the people this affects. You don't talk to the community. You don't even ask the committees who are working on inclusion and equity. You don't talk to a single person, even on the outside. This is not consultation. This is exclusion. This is not leadership. This is abandonment. This is not how a just society behaves. The region and the world is watching, and one day history will ask what you chose to value. Will it be convenience or courage? Will it be silence or justice? I ask that the region do not vote for this bylaw, because if the region votes in favor of this bylaw, the region is deliberately telling the people of our region that the region values profit over community, greed over integrity, and power over people. Please reject the bylaw. Please stand up for human dignity, uphold the charter, and most importantly, listen to the voices you have tried so hard not to hear, because tonight I am speaking to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanner. The next delegation is Ashley Hind from Kitchener. Ashley? You have the floor, and you have 3 minutes.
I requested to smudge before speaking, actually, so I'd like to do that, please, without cutting into my time. Am I not allowed to smudge in regional buildings according to the smudge policy?
We certainly do smudge, but usually not in the middle of a delegation.
Sorry, can I smudge though?
I would suggest that you do your delegation.
So you're telling me I can't smudge to ground myself?
I think, Ashley, if we had had a previous notice of this, it could have been accommodated, but you're one of, what, about 29 delegations tonight?
No, that's okay. You just told an Indigenous person they can't smudge to ground themselves before speaking. Thank you.
Anibojo Akinoya. My name's Ashley. I have been a resident of this region for my entire life. Until recently, I worked as an outreach worker, supporting people across the entire region, including people at 100 Vic. And I have experience with invisibilized homelessness several times in my life. I'm going to echo a lot of what has been said tonight, which to me shows you that the people living in our region, the people who voted for you and who you are supposed to represent, we are in agreement that this bylaw is not what we want. This bylaw not only goes against the commitment this very council made to the plan to end chronic homelessness, it also puts undue stress on the entire region. It impacts taxpayers with the waste of their dollars. It impacts frontline workers who are already stretched way too thin. And most importantly, it impacts all unhoused community members, not just those at 100 Vic. There are no homes available, insufficient shelter spaces, and motels are not housing. They are a tiny Band-Aid that this region has used on a gaping wound for way too long. My mother always taught me that we are only ever as good as our support, meaning that it doesn't matter how hard one tries. If they are not met with the support they need, then they will get nowhere. So I am asking you as my representatives to stop punishing people for your lack of support. Reject this bylaw, defer the situation to the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness, and show your constituents that you actually do represent us. Miigwech. Anyone want my minute 20?
Thank you, Ashley. The next delegation is Chris Varga. And Chris, you welcome to the podium, and you have 3 minutes. Everybody that's getting 3 minutes registered after the deadline. Go ahead, Chris.
What we have here is a failed state. 1 in 4 Canadians are food insecure. 1/3 of food bank clients are children. 1 in 4 Canadians can't afford the necessary items to achieve an acceptable standard of living. A growing number of people are unhoused. Tenant protections have eroded to the point that most low-income persons have no secure housing. Astronomical grocery bills added onto astronomical rental rates have forced people to turn to food banks, and those with the least in resources are forced into the street, at which point social assistance cuts their housing allowance and forces people into long-term homelessness. At the same time that we have this dire level of need, 1 in 3 food banks in Canada ran out of food in the past year and were forced to cut back and ration food. Shelters are at capacity as the newly homeless are arriving on the streets due to lack of public policy to create the type of housing needed the most. In the past 7 years, we have had a building boom locally, but the number of housing units built for those with the greatest need has been negligible. Where are our priorities? Whether it is by design or whether it is through negligence, we are facing the prospect of a shamefully large and growing homeless population, which is pushed beyond the protections of government and social services, a population which is being stripped of the means of survival and which is rapidly being criminalized due to the actions or inactions of government. These people, who are deserving of our support, are now being pushed further to the margins. As the social safety net is failing, we are turning on the homeless instead of leading
Chris,
with
you have 1
compassion.
minute remaining.
Public investments have not trickled down to those in need. The billion-dollar ION funding has not allowed those without transportation to access the trains to travel, including homeless people in need of access to shelter. Public beautification campaigns have been at the expense of those who are forced to live rough but out of sight. $1 million security guards at the Victoria Weber Encampment are there to serve and protect adjacent businesses. Tax breaks have been given to local developers, none of which have welcomed the homeless. Shelters and motels are not measures that homeless people have been asking for. Finally, we have arrived at the moment where, as government has failed, the government also insists that others, namely the public and community groups, are not to step up to assist those in need. We are at a point now that we are instituting bylaws to prevent the public from assisting those who have been neglected and abandoned by public policy. Does failed state sound like hyperbole to you? Well, that all depends on where you stand on the basic
Chris,
necessity
if you could
divide.
just sum up.
Do
Your
you
3
not
minutes
have
are up.
housing? Do you not have access to food and life-saving necessities such as safe supply? If you don't have access to the necessities of life, then it is not a stretch. Now we will criminalize you because your suffering goes unnoticed and unattended. The question before us here today is not what corner of this region can we disperse or push homeless persons into next. Today, there is an
Chris, I'm
opportunity
gonna ask you to sum up. Your
stand
3
for
minutes is up,
human
Chris.
rights by opposing a bylaw change that allows the region to prevent camping despite a
Thank you,
January
Chris.
2025 court ruling safeguarding this human right. Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute bio break, and then we'll resume with our meeting. Thank you all delegations for coming and for your interest. Conversation, take it outside. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from previous meetings. They're listed 10.1 to 10.9. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Salonen, seconded by Councillor Foxton. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. Under communications, items 11.1 to 11.2, these have been received for information, as well as council has been circulated further correspondence which was received following the publishing of the addendum agenda. They will be attached to the official minutes. Next, I would entertain a motion for the Committee of the Whole to go into the Committee of Whole to consider reports. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Rodriguez, seconded by Councillor McCabe. Please use your e-scribe to vote. And that is that Council will go into Committee of the Whole to consider reports.
I'm trying to reset.
Colleagues, the first report is the Library Committee summary of April the 1st, 2025. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Salonen, seconded by Councillor Foxton. We're voting on a recommendation that the Regional Municipality of Waterloo authorize the Manager Library Services to enter into a reciprocal borrowing arrangements with other public libraries from time to time on behalf of the Region of Waterloo Library, which forms part of the Regional Municipality of Waterloo, with such agreements to the satisfaction of the Regional Solicitor. Colleagues, that is carried. The next item is a vote to approve the summary, which is listed on the agenda for Sustainability, Infrastructure and Development Committee from April the 8th, 2025. Moved by Councillor Vanovic, or you're moving it and you have a question. Do I have a seconder? Second. Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Vanovic, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. And I'll go back to Councillor Verbanovich. You have a question?
Actually, just more a comment. I just want to, again, as I did at committee, thank staff for the work that they did on the GRT plan, and also want to thank Mr. Spooner and his team for coming to our council meeting recently. I know council really appreciated the presentation that they got. They had an opportunity to ask some questions, provide some input, and I think we look forward to seeing how it rolls out in the years ahead.
That's great. Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And through you, I just want to thank staff as well for some discussions over the last couple of weeks on the levels of service for asset management report. Some work underway to include some of our assets that weren't listed in there, including trails. It's a growing network of, both unpaved and paved trails that we can set some standards for. So I just want to thank staff for that and look forward to seeing that at the next stage of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a great open house and a lot of very positive, thoughtful comments were provided. So colleagues, it's been moved and seconded. Please cast your ballot with e-scribe. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is Administration and Finance Committee Summary, April the 8th, 2025. It is to approve the summary. If I could have a mover, Councillor Liggett, I think you wanted to, okay, you're going to move it, and seconded by Councillor Salonen. Do you also have a question? Okay, go ahead.
My question is just trying to understand on eScribe. Right now, we're just approving points 1 and 2, and the motion about the Fashion Museum will be dealt with separately under this item?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm happy to second. Thank you.
I see no further questions, so please cast your ballot. It has been moved and seconded. The first vote is on 1 and 2, to be clear. That is carried, colleagues. We will now deal with the Fashion Museum. That is item number 3. If I could have a mover and a second, I move by Councillor Craig, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have reservations about this initiative. As I expressed at our last meeting, I really don't think it's in the wheelhouse of the region to take this responsibility on. It's adding something else that staff, 3 staff members, in fact, a week ago at committee said they really don't have the time to look at something like this, and I'm not quite sure that there's no terms of reference, and so I'm not going to support it again this time because I really don't think it's the responsibility of the region to be doing this.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair. Along the same lines as Councillor Erb, I'm just questioning the reasoning behind asking regional staff to foster the collaboration. I think this should be something that the museum curators and directors are perfectly in their own purview to do, and government overreach may not be necessary. Thanks.
Councillor Craig.
Well, Madam Chair, I don't want to really belabor this. It was a simple request, and I repeated it a couple of times when I was discussing this, not asking you to commit to anything, just asking for staff to look at this and see if we can keep a very valuable arts community within the region of Waterloo and not lose it. It's that simple going forward. In terms of the wheelhouse, I mean, I really have to start understanding what is in the wheelhouse and what isn't on all kinds of issues, okay? All kinds of issues. And am I to bring that up every time I don't think something is, quote, in the wheelhouse? Call the question.
Well, do you know what? I'm going to go to Councillor Foxton because you made a comment before asking to call the question, and then I will call the questions. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. And I understand with both my colleagues, not that I'm stuck in the middle, gentlemen, but the last paragraph, Councillor Craig, says, thereby be it resolved to that the appropriate regional staff be requested to report on options to help promote the collection by partnering with other museums in the region and or securing space in an appropriate regional building or commenting on the possibility of a new standalone structure to service the whole regional community. That's a little more in depth than what just having a conversation or trying to see, and that's the paragraph I have problems with. If you wanted just the region to reach out and talk to the museum people and just have an open conversation of possibilities, but this is a little bit more than that because it's actually asking for a structure.
So I'm going to ask the question to be called. It's been moved and seconded. Colleagues, that vote is lost. The next committee, it's Community and Health Services Committee Summary, April the 8th. I need a mover and a seconder for this report. Moved by Councillor Saladin, seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. Councillor Rodriguez, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair, just a question for staff about the property tax exemption report. Some other communities in the province have been dealing with this issue as well, where there's the issue with the Trillium benefit, and we've received some correspondence on why it's important to advocate to continue to advocate to the CRA on that. This perhaps hopefully an easy question. Should there be a successful change to the process and the program, are staff open to developing some type of communications to residents that might be affected or benefit from any changes to the tax code?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yes, certainly, Councillor. Should that come about, we would, of course, respond accordingly and communicate through our proper channels.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions. It's been moved and seconded. Please cast your ballot. Colleagues, that is carried. The next item is a closed council summary of April the 16th, 2025. If I could have a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Salonen, seconded by Councillor James. And we are voting on that the Council of the Regional Municipality of Waterloo authorize Councillor Carrie Williams to be absent from meetings of Council until September the 30th, 2025, pursuant to Section 259, 1C of the Municipal Act 2001. Please use eScribe to indicate your support or your vote, I guess. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is Board of Health. We have an update. I would ask Dr. Wong, Commissioner of Public Health and Paramedic Services, as well as Medical Officer of Health, to provide a verbal update, and this is being received for information. Welcome, Dr. Wong.
Thank you, Chair Redmond, and good evening, members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Board of Health an update with respect to measles and our annual enforcement of the Immunization of School Pupils Act. First, regarding measles, there has been an increased measles activity locally and throughout the province. As of Tuesday, April the 22nd, we have 31 confirmed cases locally. All cases here continue to be among those who are unvaccinated or under-immunized. As of April the 17th, 924 cases of measles have been reported across 15 local public health agencies, with 109 new cases reported in the last week. Huron, Perth, Grand Erie, and Southwestern public health units have been identified as areas of concern by the Ministry of Health, with a high number of confirmed cases and outbreaks which they are actively managing. Measles can cause serious illness and death. Infants under 1 year of age, unimmunized, pregnant individuals, and people with weakened immune systems are at increased risk of complications. Measles symptoms begin 7 to 21 days after infection and may include high fever, cough, runny nose, red watery eyes, and a red rash lasting 4 to 7 days. There are steps residents can take to protect themselves and their families. 1, ensure you are up to date with measles vaccinations. Residents who are unvaccinated are at high risk of contracting measles if exposed. And 2, monitor yourself and your family for signs and symptoms of measles, especially after returning from international travel or areas experiencing measles outbreaks. Public Health will continue to provide information and recommendations on our website. We have added a self-assessment tool for people to use for recommendations if they think they have been exposed to measles. We will also continue to add exposure sites and times if they occur locally. And finally, an update about the Immunization of School Pupils Act, this time for secondary students. So as of April the 17th, there were approximately 2,873 secondary students still not up to date with their immunization records. Parents and guardians have 2 weeks to ensure their children's records are updated either by submitting the records, receiving the required vaccines, or submitting an exemption. Secondary students without updated records will be suspended on May the 8th. Parents began receiving letters of notification for incomplete immunization information from public health in November of last year. There were 7,028 letters of notification issued. So the numbers that we see today in terms of records still outstanding align with what we have seen historically, based on the number of initial notification letters. And just a reminder that parents and guardians need to report their child's vaccinations to public health, as healthcare providers do not report these vaccinations to us. And finally, students or parents can submit immunization records or provide notification of an upcoming vaccination appointment at regionofwaterloo.ca/vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. I see no questions, but thank you for that fulsome update. Measles is something that I think we continue to watch right across the country.
Yes, I expect it to continue for a few months at least still.
Thank you. Colleagues, the next item is appointments to boards and committees. And with Councillor Deutschman's resignation, there is a vacancy for the Vice Chair on Administration and Finance Committee and on the Public Art Advisory Committee. Councillor Nowak is willing to serve as the Vice Chair of ANF, and Councillor Wolf is willing to serve on the Public Art Advisory Committee. I'm going to look in your direction, and can you nod if that is still with accord of your wishes? Councillor Salonen has also indicated that she would like to step down from the GRCA board. Councillor Salonen, is that correct? And Councillor Rodriguez has indicated his willingness to serve on the GRCA. Councillor Rodriguez, is that still correct? Thank you. So I would ask someone to move and second those new positions of added responsibility, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Erb. We have it in front of us. If you would use eScribe to vote. Colleagues, that is carried. Other matters under the Committee of the Whole is the 100 Victoria Street North Kitchener site-specific bylaw. We will now consider the recommendation. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Nowak. So you have it up on the screen before you. Hi, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. I firmly believe that it is the responsibility of government to serve and support the needs of the most vulnerable members of our community. And it is for that reason that I am actually in support of this bylaw. I've heard several delegations say tonight that the 100 Vic site is a source of support and community, but I also know that very recently members of the community have died from a lack of support. And I really don't think that the best way to support our most vulnerable members of the community is to maintain the encampment indefinitely. I think the suite of services offered in the plan is good, and we definitely need to be vigilant in making sure that people living at 100 Vic currently do not fall through the cracks. But I think that we can do that as the caring council and community that we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. Just a question to Commissioner Sweeney. We heard a great deal about wanting to consult with the co-creators and the residents at 100 Vic. Do you plan to do that as part of your plan? To get to where we need to on December 1st?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Chair. Yes, so our staff are continuing to work with the co-creators as it relates to the plan to end chronic homelessness. A few of us met with, offered up to meet with all of the co-creators last week. We had 2 meetings with those who responded and chose to attend that day on relatively short notice, which I acknowledge was difficult for many. The feedback that we heard tonight was consistent with the feedback we heard last week. And so, yes, in the coming days and weeks, as we should council move forward with this plan that provides both time and resources to support those currently living at 100 Victoria, that work will continue both at a staff level and in the community.
Councillor Wolf, do you have another question?
More comment. First of all, I'm glad to hear that, and I think it's understood. I do still have a problem with some of the punitive parts of the motion, and that is the $5,000, up to $5,000 fine. I know we have said that most probably we'll never use the $5,000 fine, and I feel that if that's the case, that we should reword that to something like up to $1,000 fine. I know the people that will be fined basically can't afford $1,000, they can't afford $100, but I think $1,000 is at least, up to $1,000 is at least more reasonable. In the past, as I have said to council, my son worked with Lutherwood, and he found that the clients he was working with, many of them got jaywalking tickets, and these accumulated. And there was a detriment when they tried to, house people, et cetera, that you have this debt. And I think that in the end, a $5,000 fine is something that in the end, it's the region or a charity that ends up having to pay it. So I think to make the bylaw less punitive, because that seems to be the lightning rod here, is that we're looking at the negative part of the bylaw as opposed to the very positive parts, which is trying to house the people that live there, the $814,000 that we're willing to spend to find a solution for the homeless at the 100 Vic. But I do think that $5,000 fine takes away. So I would like to propose an amendment to change it from 5,000 to up to 1,000.
Is there a seconder? Okay, it's seconded by Councillor James. So speaking to the amendment, I do have a list, and I will go back to you, but I'll go to the list first. Councillor Rodriguez, do you want to speak to this amendment?
To the main motion, please.
Councillor Vrvanovich.
I have questions of staff. Do you want me to wait? But they're primarily around the main motion. Do you want me to wait?
The main it has nothing to do with the amendment, correct?
No, not specifically. So yeah, I'll wait.
Okay, Councillor James, speaking to the amendment.
Through you, Chair, I do not like the fine that's imposed. I do think it is punitive and really does not exude a human-centered approach when it comes to this. So in principle, I do support Councillor Wolf's amendment, because I think, when we're punitive with numbers and dollars, $5,000 can feel like $1 million to many. It's like $100 can feel like $1 million. So whether this passes or not, I do support and do want to acknowledge that fining is very punitive in nature when it comes to our unhoused populations.
Okay, we're going to speak just to the amendment. I am keeping the list. We will go back to the main motion, but we're going to deal with this amendment first. So Councillor Erb, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Well, I wanted to speak to both. When I requested to speak to the motion, the amendment wasn't on the floor yet.
So you can speak to the amendment, and I will keep you on to talk about the main motion.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the amount is high. However, I would like to either hear from a legal opinion or legal advice, or from the clerk on as to what the provincial guidelines are surrounding this.
Fiona?
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Erb. The fine that's proposed in the draft bylaw is consistent with the Code of Use bylaw fine provision. It is a maximum fine, and there is discretion in the enforcement of the enforcement process, and in terms of a fine that may be sought upon the finding of an offense.
Councillor Erb?
So the discretion is on the part of the judge, the justice of the peace. Where does that discretion lie?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Erb, that would be at the time that the offense is being adjudicated, the provincial prosecutor would request a certain fine that would be assessed based on the facts and circumstances of the particular incident, and then that would be determined by the Justice of the Peace.
Councillor McCabe, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. Just to follow up with Fiona, our Acting Commissioner of Legal Services, just so we understand, do we have any ability to change that fine? Like, what would happen if we actually did try to adjust it? Could you just add some more information around that?
Through the chair, as I indicated, the maximum amount of the fine that's set in the draft bylaw is based on the Code of Use bylaw, which is fairly typical of regulatory bylaws. However, we're in council's hand as far as the maximum fine that would be under this bylaw.
Councillor McCabe, does that answer your question? Yes. Councillor Foxton, speaking to the amendment.
To the amendment. Again, to legal, piggybacking on Councillor McCabe's question. So it's the Code of Use bylaw, which is one of our bylaws, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And this is a unique situation, 100 Vic. We never had a situation like this before. So we could, as you just said, we could make the amendment. It does not affect the bylaw in any way, shape, or form. It just affects the punitive value. Is that correct?
Council can set the maximum fine in the bylaw.
Thank you.
Councillor Bravanovich, speaking to the amendment.
Yeah, actually, this has led to some follow-up questions that I just want to ask of staff. When we look at what this amount is my sense is it's really in line with a lot of other bylaws, and if I understand the way our bylaw process works, there's a maximum fine, but it's pretty typical that, you know, on a first offense, it's a lot lower, and then on a subsequent offense, it goes up, and it sort of works its way up to $5,000. You typically wouldn't see a $5,000 fine on a first offense when these things are dealt with. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, the 5,000 maximum is a fairly typical maximum fine for a regulatory bylaw such as this. And when an offense is being adjudicated and when a particular fine amount is being requested, all appropriate and applicable circumstances are taken into consideration in the request and in the finding by the JP. I think it's reasonable to say that it is unlikely that the maximum fine, it would depend on all the circumstances, but typically the maximum fine would not be sought on a first offense.
Right. And that's, when I think back to all of the things, over my time on council that we've dealt with, that's sort of the way we've seen these things play out in the past. So I think it's good to hear that it's what's being proposed is consistent with some of our other regulatory bylaws.
Councillor Leggett, did you want to speak to the amendment?
I was just going to ask, I think, basically the same questions that Councillor Verbanovich. It's just an escalating fine. There most likely would never get to the 5,000, so it could start at 100. And then if it's a repetitive offense, the same offense over and over and over again, then it would become 5,000 after maybe 50 times of being fined. Is that correct?
Fiona?
Through the chair to Councillor Liggett. As I indicated, depending on all of the facts and circumstances of a particular offense, they would be accounted for in terms of the level of the fine that would be requested, and those same factors would be considered in the determination of the fine by the court.
Okay, that answers that. Thank you.
So, colleagues, I'm going to call the question, and unless somebody hasn't spoken to the amendment and wants to, it's
yes.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair. I'm just questioning the logic behind making it easier to contradict the bylaw. So that's my comment to the amendment.
That's a comment as opposed to a question. Okay, I'm going to call the question. The amendment is before you. It's been moved and seconded, and it basically is moving the maximum fine from 5,000 to 1,000. Please use your e-scribe to vote. Colleagues, that is defeated. We are now back to the main motion, and when my screen comes back up, I will go back to the speakers who were on the list. I hope. So, Councillor Hunick, you've already spoken twice. Did you want to speak to the main motion? No. Thank you. Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. First, I want to thank the delegates who came in and spoke today regarding the bylaw and the lived and living experience. For staff, I just want Commissioner Sweeney, in terms of the level of care being undertaken at the current 100 Victoria. Just can you speak to just some of the level of care that's going in from a staff perspective currently?
Certainly, through you, Chair Redmond. So, Councillor James, the 100 Victoria has been an encampment in existence here in the region for over 3 years now, and in that time, both regional staff and partners across the community have been working together to support folks who are residing there. In the last number of months, we have continued to increase our visits from our unsheltered workers, who I mentioned earlier today, again, are all licensed social workers. And so their work is really rooted in their professional designation and their professional qualifications. We heard a lot today about trauma-informed, and a couple of those staff are with us tonight. And again, not having that designation myself, but certainly in working with them, I can assure you that they are all trained in this space. They are professionals, and they focus on building those one-on-one relationships. We also heard some commentary this evening about the sort of the tools at our disposal. What we've essentially put before council for your consideration is an amount of time and an envelope of resources to be able to enumerate some additional resources, recognizing that those are necessary, and those will be deployed by our outreach staff and our partners based on the unique needs that people present and offer and accept if they're willing. So again, it's really focused on that one-on-one case management approach.
Thank you. And so what I am concerned about is what another option may look like. So I know that there is risk involved with this, but there is a level of care that I hope and anticipate will be working with those in community and those that are supporting this, because I do not want to see a bulldozed encampment. I do not want to see other levels of government come in and dehumanize you all in any capacity. That is not what I want to see, and I don't think that's what any colleagues, I don't want to speak for, but we want this to be a process that ensures humanity in the process. And I think with the approach that this is taking right now, the other option is not an option that I want to see happen ever again. So I will support this bylaw. I am putting trust in a process right now, because the other option to me is a dehumanizing option when we have a plan to end chronic homelessness that can complement this, and housing is one of the things that we have committed to. And I'll stop there, but it's a tough decision, but it's also one where I think we need to put our trust in this process here, and the other option, as we know, may not be one that is human rights, human-centered approached, as we know what we're dealing with other levels of government.
Okay, colleagues, I have Councillor Rodriguez, Erb, and Verbanovich in the list. If anybody else wants on the list, can you please indicate, because some people have spoken a couple times. So, Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to start by thanking everyone who's stuck it out till the end, and for coming in to share your perspectives, your expertise, and your input on this. To build on what Councillor James just spoke to in terms of the timelines, one of the delegations did speak to the runway, and I have a question for staff at the end about the runway that we're building into this proposed bylaw that allows the region, that allows us as council to continue these conversations over 6 or 7 months through the fall to avoid any circumstance where another order of government that is not nearly as close to the day-to-day of the community could intervene. And at no point do I want to get into a situation where that's the case. For clarity, I just want to acknowledge all of the work that quite frankly has gone into this over the past 12 or 13 years on the transit hub work. And so I guess staff, one of my questions is if you could just provide some clarity on the budget associated with housing the residents of 100 Victoria. That part I'm very supportive of, is finding appropriate housing for the folks that are there. Right now it's broken into a few buckets, some supportive or explicitly mentioned as supportive, others perhaps not. Does what is in the report provide you the flexibility to work with the residents within that funding envelope if everyone wants one option and we have the capacity in the system for that? Is there flexibility in, we've heard a number of concerns about motels, and I share and echo that concern as not a sustainable long-term housing option, and have echoed the concerns about them ending at the end of next year. So just hoping you could speak to how we can get more folks into more permanent housing and more supportive housing as needed within this envelope that's in front of us.
Peter?
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. And Councillor, again, congratulations and welcome to Regional Council. Yeah, you picked up on a couple of points there that I'll address. Certainly the approach here in the recommendation before Council is, as you've mentioned, to create some runway and additional resources to support this effort. What I want to also acknowledge is for Council to consider, this as an envelope of resources that will be used with some level of discretion in terms of going back to my earlier comments around our unsheltered workers working on a case-by-case basis to truly understand what it is that people need, what will meet their needs, and do our best to support those individual needs. The resources themselves are now in addition to the over $55 million currently in the regional budget for the housing stability system within a $150 million envelope for housing and the housing stability system. So all taken together, it's really about building a systems approach. And so some of these resources may actually be used to offset space within that system to be able to be flexible to allow folks to move through. Do recognize, again, I want to acknowledge the feedback we heard about, a specific element of that. We do know that very, very temporary locations are exactly that and should be that. They need to come with the social supports and resources that we've built into this. And they, the intention behind the way the financial implications were structured here today was to actually build in, the mechanisms to ensure that those individuals who may choose that option in the short term, we don't end up in a situation where folks are in those locations for longer than they need to be. We recognize that that's the case and really trying to build in that flexibility within the overall system. So there may be investments made in one area that actually offset and create a space for somebody to support through. But this is really the work of the housing stability system happens every single day in this community, as challenging as that is. And this is just some additional resources, some specific time for a specific group of individuals who we now know, this will no longer be a viable option as of December the 1st.
Thank you, that's all.
That's great. Thank you, Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to thank all of the folks who delegated this evening. There are a lot of strong convictions in what you shared. Many of you made yourselves vulnerable, and for that, thank you. And I think the convictions that we heard this evening from the delegates are no different than those of us around this council table. Perhaps where we will differ is that for us, we have to look at the implications of the effects for a broader community. For me, the first and most important part of this conversation has always been about the safety and the well-being of the residents that live at 100 Vic. And I know that's front and center for staff, for community partners, and for members of council. And since this encampment began from day one, our staff and community partners have been on site daily, offering support and alternate living arrangements for those. And I know that will continue if this bylaw is passed to secure housing for those folks. I think it's important for the community and council to remember the work our staff and community partners just completed in finding alternate accommodation for those that were living at the King Street Shelter or formerly the Schwaben Club. Since March the 1st of this year, 100 residents who were living at King Street Shelter were all offered alternative living accommodations, and over 90% of the residents accepted. And the really good news in that is 29 of those residents are now living in permanent housing. The work done by staff and our community partners at the King Street site are reassuring to me as we consider this bylaw. With the experience of the King Street Shelter and the ability to develop trusted relationships with residents, there are opportunities in the community to find alternate living arrangements for those at 100 Vic. and which advances the plan to end chronic homelessness. The community as a whole, and especially the neighbors of 100 Victoria and the City of Kitchener, have been very patient with this location and some of the challenges this site has presented. And I think the time has come that, given the opportunity we now have to develop the property as part of the Kitchener Central Transit Hub, and also respecting the challenges that has been presented for the present for the neighborhood, the city and the region, I'm going to support this bylaw. And in doing so, I have complete faith in our staff and community partners that they'll fulfill the intent of this bylaw with the best interests of the current residents in mind, being respectful of the human rights of the individuals affected and understanding the dynamics of this population so that they're treated with respect, kindness, and understanding what an unconventional lifestyle these folks have been living. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Urbanovich.
Thanks very much, Chair Redmond, and I do have some questions of staff, but before I ask them, I do want to begin by thanking all of the delegations who came in this evening, as well as all of those who have taken the time to write to us in recent days. There have been a significant number of people, and clearly we heard from folks with both recent and past lived experience, those who are involved in serving these residents, as well as just other everyday citizens who, quite frankly, are part of the caring nature of what this region has been known for many years. But my question to Mr. Sweeney, before I make my final comments, a couple questions, Mr. Sweeney. I'm wondering if you can just reiterate for us two things, because I think this is important. Do we have an approximate sense of the number of residents that are regularly at 100 Vic? And then I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about what's on the runway in terms of new housing, and I think specifically of what is coming forward in terms of the YW, the old YW building on Frederick Street, which is slated to happen, in the next 6 to 9 months. What's slated to happen at 97 Victoria as part of the soup kitchen, and then both of those, which are this year, and then what's slated to come on stream next year with the House of Friendship building, because I think those are important factors in this whole discussion.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, Councillor Urbanovich. Yes, so at the peak, if my memory serves, there were approximately upwards of 90 people at 100 Victoria at the peak in the early days or the summer of 2022. Prior to last week, on a regular basis, there were approximately 36 individuals. We do know, because of the connections we've had with outreach staff, some of those folks are there on a daily basis. Some of those 36 have some belongings there and come and go on a regular basis, in and out. I can address the second part of your question. I might not have all of the numbers off the top of my head, Councillor, but so later this summer, the women's shelter at 84 Frederick will increase by approximately 20 beds. The Working Centers Supportive Housing Project at 97 Victoria, right across the street from 100 Victoria, has approximately 40 beds built into that plan. The House of Friendship, I believe, comes on sometime next year, although I would have to double check the timing of that. And I believe that's about another 100 beds within that. We also have 2 of our Waterloo Regional Housing redevelopment projects coming on stream later this year as well. And I think that's the list that you pointed to, and that's coming to my memory, but I can certainly get council some more updated and accurate numbers. Those are just what I can share with you this evening.
Well, and I think that's helpful, but and what I guess that to me demonstrates, and I understand there's not a direct correlation of one person potentially from 100 Vic to one of these spots, but overall the system is going to go up. If you look, by the end of this year, based on the numbers you talked about, by about 65, 70 units, and then another 100 at some point in 2026, plus the other ones that you talked about. And then that gives you flexibility as you work with different clients, to different residents, to move them, to move people where the appropriate housing may be for them, whether it's Herb Street, whether it's one of these buildings or something like that. Is that correct? That's how the system works?
Yeah, that's the idea and the intent behind the plan that we put forward, yes.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Chair, if I can just make a brief comment then, and thank you to staff for those questions and for the work that's been done on this. I think all of us around this horseshoe understand the significance of this issue and the commitment that this council as a whole has had for some time towards addressing the housing and homelessness issue, and the commitment that this council and our staff working with community partners have had in terms of trying to address the overall situation around homelessness together with our provincial and federal partners. And I know, many of us have been pushing on these issues even as recently as the current provincial and federal elections about the importance of continued investment in these areas. I will say that, like Councillor Erb, one of the things that has concerned me has been the safety of the situation. And we heard this from a number of the delegations, and certainly there is a sense of community that has developed at 100 Vic and some safety, but I think we also need to understand that there are components that have been challenging for residents as well. And I can share that in 2023, I know there was 5 fire calls and 16 EMS, 16 times that fire responded to a tiered response medical call. I'm not sure what the EMS numbers are. I'm sure our staff could provide those. In 2024, those responses went from 5 to 16, and for fire calls and medical calls that were a tiered response that fire responded to went from 16 to 26. All that to say that those fire calls went up by about 320%, and the tiered medical calls went up by 62.5%. And I do know that in 2025, we've seen a further increase in the fire calls. And so I raise that because it demonstrates to me that, as much as there's a strong sense of community and supports that are there are also some real safety issues for the residents that concern me. And quite frankly, as a community, we need to do better. And, this bylaw, in my view, is trying to address the situation at 100 Vic. And, over a period of time, and we have 8 months now to work collaboratively with our working group, with the residents and with others, in order to make sure that we, everybody who wants to can find a place that's appropriate for them with the right supports for better outcomes. And so I will be supporting this bylaw this evening.
Thank you. I have 3 more speakers, and then I'm going to call the question. Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the comments I've heard from my fellow councillors, and I can state unequivocally, since I've been here on regional council, that this is a council that does care about vulnerable communities and has made that very clear. And also that tone has been picked up and accepted by staff in terms of how they appreciate what we like to see happen in terms of helping people. I also agree with Councillor Ivanovich and my other fellow councillors about the commentary about the safety of 100 Vic and safety that we saw in Cambridge with 150 Main. Same thing. And I think it's important to understand that we need to talk and we need to focus on vulnerable people. We've done that. We're continuing to do that. But we also have to reflect on the fact that there are other aspects, which I've brought up before, about vulnerable neighborhoods, businesses that have been affected. I think the bylaw is in every possible way trying to move forward to help people and to move ahead in terms of community safety on so many levels. The delegations tonight, for the most part, I think have been very productive, I think have been very sensitive, and we certainly have listened. The only part I don't like I think I said for the most part. What I don't like and what I haven't accepted are the attacks on the regional chair in terms of comments that have been made and things that have been said in the public and the press. And I think that has to stop. We all have to come to understand that we all represent different points of view. We have different routes of getting to solving the issue. We may not agree with each other, but I think in terms of this council, it has demonstrated to me over the years of building a caring community and doing its very best to help all vulnerable communities. And I think now we have to focus on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Craig, for acknowledging the attacks against our chair, because those also have not sat well with me. My question is for Commissioner Steffler, just on the financial component. Should Council approve this, I'm just curious where the actual funding envelope of $800 and some thousand is going to be coming from this year.
Yeah, through the chair, that's within the budget for the housing services. It's been identified within that.
Okay, so just to clarify, it's a reallocation of funding that we already approved in the budget? I thought it was a new ask. Maybe Commissioner Sweeney, if you have more information.
Yes, sorry. It is a new ask, and we are committing to exploring alternative funding resources through other orders of government. But yes, we need to be clear that if that does not come through, this will result in a budget pressure and impact on the 2024 budget that we'll have to pick up through the remainder of the year.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And we heard tonight about some of the very valid concerns about some of the early days last week with the arrival of some of the equipment on the site. And I just want to say to everyone here that we're aware that didn't go as smooth as possible, and please know that we're communicating about that and to improve. I guess, Commissioner Sweeney, I'm just trying to understand, in terms of your staff, staff resources, and as we go forward with this work, and perhaps you can just clarify for the benefit of folks here and for myself, as you acknowledge my first day, the time commitment and the level of commitment that your staff have allocated to be at the site, to have those conversations and to be there on a regular, if not daily basis, to have those conversations.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Rodriguez. So yes, the budget allocation proposed in the recommendation this evening does not call for or include any additional FTEs. So these are straight resources that would be provided to folks to enhance the opportunity for individuals to transition from 100 Victoria. And yes, this involves and requires a level of enhanced site support by not only our staff, but by other departments within the region for a period of time. So it's a highly focused period of time with our existing staff complement, and we will continue to have to work within that. And again, these are staff and community partners who are not just working to support the individuals at 100 Victoria, but all of those that we can reach across this community who are experiencing homelessness in some way or shape or form. So yeah, it's a deployment of staff resources to a specific area for a finite period of time. It allows us to be clear with individuals that we're having conversation with that there is a time frame on this, and you know, and that is inherent in this plan, is that it's really that focus of time and attention.
Thanks, and I just want to say, you know, this is a significant trust. You know, should this be successful, this is a significant trust exercise, and I, you know, as we move through this, hoping for, should this succeed, to be able to respond, you know, as things come up, as you know, as questions come up, and as concerns come up as we move through to December. And I just want to make sure that, you know, you and your staff are aware that, you know, we need to make sure that we continue to improve and identify any, you know, ways that, you know, where we can do better. And that's not to say that we're not doing good work. And but I just want to make sure that it's very clear that, you know, we have a long runway, and a lot of opportunity along the way to look at this.
Yes, absolutely. You know, staff are here this evening and have heard all of the delegations that council has heard, and you know, and there's a lot of good feedback that's duly noted and will require some follow-up.
Okay, colleagues, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to ask that you use eScribe to vote on the site-specific bylaw that is before us. It is unamended, so it is the one that we have reviewed. Colleagues, that is carried. The next agenda item is a notice of motion from Councillor Wolf. It's a referred motion. We're going to take a 5-minute break while the gallery empties. So, colleagues, we're going to continue with our meeting. Next up is a notice of motion from Councillor Wolf. It has been deferred from an earlier meeting, and it is moved by Councillor Wolf, and I believe seconded by Councillor James. Is that correct? Yes. Councillor Wolf, would you like to speak to it?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank the delegates tonight who spoke in favor of this motion and who came out tonight. Much has happened since I presented this motion in early April. The province has closed all but one of the 9 CTS allowed by the court to stay open. By not funding them, the province has forced the Kitchener CTS and others to close despite the injunction. Staff and some councillors have expressed fear that the funds for the Heart Hub may be in jeopardy if we support the CTS. First of all, the Heart Hubs are not funded through the region, as our actions should not be a reflection on the 2 organizations, House of Friendship and Community Healthcare in KW, who will operate the Heart Hub. I'm very angry at the thought that the province would even ever try to punish the region and through it some of the most vulnerable citizens, because we stand up for what we believe is right for our community. We are in the middle of a drug poisoning crisis, and we require every tool available to control it. In my motion, I was asking for permission from the province. This was not a letter of support for an application as outlawed in the CCRA. This motion was asking for funding and permission for the CTS to operate in Kitchener in compliance with the court order. I know many of you around the Horseshoe are uncomfortable with the original motion as it stands. I have amended the motion with the help of Dr. Wang to make it clear we are not contravening the Community Care and Recovery Act. We appreciate the funding for the Heart Hub, and we hope that in the future the province will fund and support harm reduction services in Kitchener-Waterloo region. The clerk has the amended motion, which I hope everyone will be comfortable supporting, and I could ask him to put that on the screen. And it's
So, Council, I'm looking for unanimous consent to consider the amended motion, which is not the one that you considered it on committee day. Do I have unanimous consent that we will consider this amended motion? Councillor Nowak? It is a completely different motion, so am I hearing that there's not unanimous consent? No.
What would be 2/3 for reconsider, or no?
So unanimous consent is everybody, Councillor Craig. So if we do not have unanimous consent, then we would have to waive a notice of motion and then consider this as a new motion. So I sense that we don't have unanimous consent. So then we need 2/3 if somebody is going to move, and second, waiving a notice of motion, and then we would take that vote. So is there anybody that wants to, Councillor Salonen?
I have a question on point of process. Would we not then need to dispense with the motion that's technically on the floor and then waive notice and introduce this one?
Yes,
Okay. Or would
the
we do
clerk
it
is
the other
agreeing
way?
with you. Councillor Wolf.
Well, I suppose what I would say then, if you don't want this, the amended motion, then I would have the original motion would stand and you'd vote on it. So vote on the amended.
Okay, so the original motion stands. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Hunick.
My question was for the amended motion. I was concerned that Dr. Wong's support had been implicated in working with Councillor Wolf, and so I wanted to ask if this was recommended by staff, but I don't know if that applies anymore because...
Yeah, Councillor Hunick, the amended motion is not on the floor, so if you can save that question, and I'm sure Dr. Wong will have your answer if we get there. Councillor Foxton, do you want to? Okay, then I'm going to call the question. This is on the motion before us.
Which is the original? Is that what
The original motion.
Okay, so if we vote that down, then I can still do the 2/3 for a new motion, right?
So if this vote is lost, you then can put a motion forward asking to waive a notice of motion and then reintroduce your new motion, your amended motion. So we're now voting on the motion that some of us dealt with on committee day. Colleagues, that is defeated. Councillor Wolf, do you want to put a motion forward to requesting a waive of notice of motion?
Yes, I do.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Craig. So we now, clerks is just getting our electronics up to speed. So we're now voting on waiving a notice of motion. And we need 2/3 in order to waive the notice of motion. That number is 10. Colleagues, that is defeated, so the motion is lost, and we will move forward. I would consider a motion for the Committee of the Whole to rise and Council to resume, if I could have moved by Councillor Hunick, seconded by Councillor McCabe, that the Committee of the Whole rise and Council resume. Please use e-scribe to cast your ballot.
Chair Redmond, when the time is appropriate, I have other business.
That is carried. I will make note, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you.
I would now entertain a motion to adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole, moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Nowak. Please cast your ballot. And you're voting on that committee adopt the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. That is carried. That was a very popular vote. Next, notice of motion counts. That was the last one. I thought this was going too fast. E-scribe is getting tired. Thank goodness none of us are. Now it's carried. And again, it was a very popular vote. The next item is a notice of motion from Councillor Craig. Is there a seconder for, Councillor Salonen is seconding this. Councillor Craig, did you want to speak to it?
Well, I'll be very brief, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the fact that we're going to deal with this tonight. It really is about extending out our outreach to other parts of the community. I've suggested Cambridge in terms of the Budget Committee, staff making a presentation in Cambridge along with I would suggest Councillor Wolf, myself, Councillor Liggett being there with Councillor Foxton from my neighbor. And the idea is simply to get people more engaged in the budget process. That's all it is. And then you have the northern townships, and I would expect the same thing there. And the three mayors may wish to get together and decide if this passes, where they would hold the meeting, where staff would be approach to hold the meeting, and take it from there.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. Please vote on having these additional budget meetings. And I would just like to reiterate, I grew up in Preston and I got votes in Cambridge, so I'll be there too. Colleagues, that is carried. We now need to entertain a motion to extend past 11. I know this is everybody's favorite motion. Moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded
20
by,
minutes. No. I'm too tired. I'm saying no.
If we pass it, then we know we won't go past it. So let's pass it so we won't go past it.
No.
Say that.
I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Rodriguez. So it's moved and seconded that we will extend past 11.
Oh, it hasn't come up, but yes, I'm in favor. Well, I moved it, yeah.
I'm voting no.
Councillor Leggett, I wait for the day that when I ask for a motion to adjourn, everybody votes against it.
An hour ago, my daughter, she's looking after my husband because he had knee surgery yesterday. Well, so far, it's in a lot of pain, so I'm glad I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm saying no.
Okay, let's move on. Next.
Colleagues, that is carried. We have no notices of motion. We have no unfinished business. However, under other business, Councillor Hunick, you had other business.
Yes, Chairman, I don't know if this is a direction to staff or if I should make a motion, but I think the request of the delegate who wanted to smudge this evening was very confusing for folks. And so I'm just wondering if in the delegation, the process of registering to delegate, is there a place to check off that someone would like to smudge, or could staff look into having that added to the delegation registration process, and or having smudging at the beginning of all council meetings or all delegations, perhaps?
So I think that we can just refer that to staff, but I want to clarify this evening, whenever there is smudging, and we smudge throughout all of the regional buildings, there are signs put up for people who are sensitive to smudging, so they know what's happening. The delegate that asked to smudge was a last-minute delegation. That's why they had 3 minutes, and we didn't have a heads up. So again, it isn't that we're against smudging, it's just there's a protocol to make sure that everybody knows about it ahead of time. So we can certainly ask staff to review that and come back. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you for clarifying, Chair. I think that's very valuable for the community to be aware of. Yeah, but it would be good if it could be referred to staff.
Councillor Salonen, do you want to weigh in?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I have no problem with staff reporting back on what the policy is. I know in our last update in August 2024 and the accessibility update, it included that a smudging policy was being made, so totally fine with an update there. I just don't want assumptions on outcomes because Councillor Hunick was more so leading towards direction of what hoping we were hearing back from staff, so I just want clarity that staff report back on their findings, not necessarily specifically on suggestions that were proposed by the councillor.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe we'll just get an update on what our policy is so that we can all have a refresher. So there's no questions. I need a motion to enact first, second, and third readings. If I could have a mover, moved by Councillor Leggett, seconded by Councillor Shantz. I want you to know that I offered to the clerk that I would read all of these bylaws, and he didn't think you wanted to listen to them. So the bylaws are 22.1 through to 22.11. So if you would cast your ballot, that would be great. There's another pen. That is carried, and now I need a motion to adjourn. I can tell that Councillor Nowak has it in his eyes, and Councillor Leggett, so please cast your ballot to adjourn. And Councillor Foxton, you're so right. Every time we extend past 11, we don't make it to 11. Thank you very much, colleagues. And can I just say a great shout out to all of the staff. I know that Mr. Spooner, Mr. Sweeney, and Ms. McCrae were sort of on the hot seat, but I know this was an all of staff effort. And I really did appreciate how well prepared we all were.